Alright, hello everybody, or potentially just Aerith. Welcome, Aerith. It is lovely to see you. Okay, what's going on over there? Yay, says Aerith. I see Wolf saying in the private chat, the not so private chat, my laptop is moving at a glacial pace, so apparently he'll be here soon. Aww, Death's Head. Let's just unlock the first encore now. That is really sweet of you. Thank you so much. Marx, ooh, dual chats. Yes, I don't know if you guys know my setup, but I have the looks weird. I have OBS over here, and then yeah, I can't do it. I have OBS on one side and Discord on the other side. And then my monitor with the stories in front of me. But welcome Death's Head and Marx. That may mean I need to move, and maybe I need to move some things. But if there are any lurkers here who are new, welcome. Here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then, at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. So cheering is what that said just so lovelily demonstrated. Once you get to a certain threshold, you have unlocked a story, and you can do that on most weeks 4 times. It's going to be different this week, but most weeks you can do that 4 times. It is very much appreciated when you do that. It is appreciated by the people who get their stories read. It is appreciated by me. It is just a really nice thing to do all around. Yeah, and then how you get in the guaranteed is you be a supporter. So we have the $3 tier on Discord, the bookworm tier, that allows you access to submitting prompts and voting on the transformed prompts, and access to the secret supporter channel overall. What was the other thing? I feel like there's a new thing that I talked about last time, and now I'm not remembering. But the $5 tier on both Discord and Twitch, the Cocooned tier, that allows you to be in the guaranteed submissions when you are read on the stream. You get access to submitting to the channel, the prompt channel. You can submit prompts. I don't know why that was so hard to get out. And then so submit prompts, so you get in the guaranteed. You can submit 2 stories if you so desire. You can, why do I feel like I keep forgetting things? I feel like there's another thing that I keep forgetting. But then we have the transformed one tier that gets access to all of that, but you can also post 3 stories instead of 2. You can, the first prompt that you submit gets, automatically added to the final poll, or I guess it might not be the first prompt you submit anymore. The prompt that you submit in the secret supporter channel, that will automatically go to the final poll. And then, hello, Glorious Zote. Are you named after the Hollow Knight character? Unfortunately, I'm kind of wrapping up explaining what's going on, so maybe somebody in the chat can summarize what I summarized. Yeah, so there's that, and anything else in the transformed one tier that I'm not remembering. But yeah, so it's a great time. It is very much appreciated when you do that. Yeah, that is a very simple explanation of it. We are story submission on Discord and reading critiquing stories. Indeed. So our prompt for this week is Darkness is Coming. It's me. Technically, it was our prompt for the last couple weeks. Yeah, so as far as I know, our first 2-sentence prompt, very interesting one. I like that it allows for some spookiness for this month, this time.
Hi, kitty.
And so yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
Kitty.
You're cute. But oh, sorry. Okay, turning it up. Our list for today. For our guaranteed submissions, we have Makokam, Marx, Deathshead, Galler. And then for our encores, we have Palmothemus, Reinkarnitor, and Spectre. I do not see Makokam in the chat, so... Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, maybe he's here. I'm not sure. If Mako doesn't wave in the chat in the next couple minutes, I will switch him and put Marx first, because I know that Marx is here. Alright, I think more people have joined as well. We have Palmothemus, welcome, and then also Bitzer K. Hello, Makokam, thank you for the cheer. I guess that is Mako's way of waving. Wonderful. Alrighty. And Bitzer's going to sleep. And hello, Ghoulish, you have joined as well. Yes, thank you guys for explaining. Really appreciate that. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Death said. That makes sense. Oh, thank you so much, Death said. I also just finished reading your story, 3 left, so I should have reviews for everything done by tomorrow, supposing I don't have another freaking migraine. I'm so sorry to hear you had one freaking migraine. That's terrible. Thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate that, and we are going to talk about that in a sec. I have 3 things to talk about before we get started. Fighting your laptop tooth and nail. Alright.
Hi, kitty. You came back in.
Okay. I wrote down some of the stuff I want to talk about because I just want to make sure I phrase things well. Okay. So you'll notice that there are 3 encores and there should be 4, and there were 4 that were available. This is because, I am sorry to say, that when I attempted to practice Nightwolf's story yesterday evening, I could not get through the whole thing. The story is very much the voice of someone's negative thoughts, and since, especially with the stress of the past few days, I am having to combat similar negative thoughts. I don't think it would be a good idea for me to read it due to that. It could very easily send me into a worse mental place. And if anyone watching the stream were in a bad mental place, I fear reading it to them could send them into a worse mental place as well. That does not mean that the story is bad. It does not mean it's badly written. I just would like to avoid mental strife to both myself and my audience. I really appreciate the content warning. That is what content warnings are for, is to say, hey, this might be triggering. So I really do appreciate that. Though I will note, since you were talking in the content warning, making a specification of who the you is in the story, well, it is very much helpful to provide a bit of distance knowing that little note. The story is still saying you, and is still talking exactly how negative thoughts talk, and in that way it's well written in conveying that. So even if you don't intend it that way, it is very easy for the reader to apply it to themselves, at least if those thoughts are already present in their head. These phrases have power, even if you yourself were only writing it as your own catharsis, which, again, totally fine. That is a perfect way to use writing. Again, that doesn't mean that you did anything wrong or offensive. It is just an unfortunate side effect of having a mean brain. Also, Nightwolf, since you said that this story was based on your own thoughts, I just want to take a moment to say that you are a wonderful, valuable person. You are not a darkness, at least not to me. You are a beautiful and welcome presence in our group, and we love having you here. And we, or at least I, would love to see you write more and love to see you in the chats more. So you are not a darkness. Because, Nightwolf, because you deserved a place in today's stream, and I am taking that away, I am going to give you a Get Into Stream free card, which means the next time that you post, provided the story is otherwise eligible and there's no content issues with the next entry, you will get a place in the Encores just as you were meant today. So I hope that explains things well. Very true, yeah. If anything, it means Nightwolf's story has emotional impact just too much, indeed. Hello, Kaidmon. Does your name sound familiar? Are you totally new, or have you been here before? Yes, very, very much true. You are very much welcome here. Okay, so there is that explanation. And then the next thing I need to say is what I told you guys I would say in the writing group chat, which is, so you know how in the submission rules it says that you need to put #review prompt number at the end of your reviews? So I know that that rule might seem arbitrary. It might be just like, why do I need to put this hashtag in there? The reason that that you need to do that is because what me and the council do is we go into the search bar and we search that hashtag. And so, and that's how we find the reviews. We'll just like, I mean, maybe I could just do it and show you guys. Visual aids. Go over here. Okay. So if we go into Discord and we're like review 217. And then and now we get some, oh no, okay, they're different. We got me talking about it here, but we have Marx's review, Mako, so we can go check on Marx, check on Mako, 2 checks on Mako. Okay, he's good to go. All right, Wolf is good to go. Death said, good to go. That sort of thing. And so that means like Reinkarnitor, good to go, Marx, good to go. So right here we have Galler. Galler has 1. Okay, noting Galler has 1. Palmothemus, Nightwolf. Nightwolf changed his. Wonderful. Hellenic, Palmothemus. But you'll see that I go down to the bottom, and I'm just going to use as an example, I'm sorry. But we don't see Galler's other review, right? And that is because... I don't know what story it's on. I think Palmothemus gave me the link. Where is the link? Is it this one? Nope, not that one. Not that one. Oh, it must have been edited here too. I don't know. Now I don't know why it didn't show up when I looked the second time. Wait, what? Oh no, it is there. Okay. So right here, there is a space between review and 217. I totally get if this was just a complete mistake and a typo. I mean, Galler's very good at doing his reviews, so I'm guessing it probably was. But you need to be really careful about those typos because the fact that you put a space in there means that when I search up review 17, well, I only get 1 review from you. And so it's not something that is so big that I would like disqualify you over doing that. However, it does mean that myself or the council, as we're tabulating the reviews, we might not see your reviews. And so we might just go, okay, they only did 1 review or missing reviews and think you're not eligible. And so it's not so much like, oh my goodness, you did this horrible thing, you're ineligible now. It's more of just like practical. Practically, this is how we look for the reviews, and so if you practically do something to mess that up, it means we can't find your review and may mark you improperly. So this is just your reminder to make sure that you double check when you post your comment, I guess, is like, don't just make it and hit send. Laser in on it and double check and make sure that there's no spaces or typos or anything like that, so that you are indeed counted properly. Whoa, I made it too small. My goodness. Okay. Cheering for being here. Holy schmoly, I want to punch robots. I mean, this is just a good motto in life. Thank you so much for the massive cheer. I really appreciate that. Yes, and Aerith is correct that the same thing can apply to the Review Halloween 24 stuff as well. And because, like, usually on the writing group stories, like, you only need to do 2 reviews, and so if you mark your 2 reviews like that, and then you have and then you do a 3rd one but you don't mark it, usually that's completely fine. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. The hype train has been activated. So yeah, in the usual writing group, usually that'd be fine, but in the Halloween contest, you do need to mark every single one of your reviews with that tag, so that we know, aha, this person did them all. This person reviewed everybody. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Get that train going, that's right. And that provides a good segue to the next thing that I need to talk about before we begin. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So thank you for the cheers, Mako. So I like to take a minute to talk about the Halloween contest, or more than anything, to beg you guys to please review the stories. So I thought I'd take a moment to explain why it's important to me that there is a vote. I see another hype train. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to cover up the chat with my notes here so that I don't get distracted. But anyway, so I thought I'd take a minute to explain why I want there to be a vote for the Halloween contest. The word bank and challenges are the prompt, and I made them worth points to encourage people to use more of them. If I didn't do that, I feel like people could easily just be like, I don't care about the prompt, and write Halloween stories that are unrelated to anything that was prompted. And so making them worth points helps it to go, yes, please use them. But I never wanted the word bank and challenges to be the only way that the winners are determined. Someone could throw all the words into their story, and the words could not add anything, or even actively detract from the story, because the person wasn't necessarily focused on telling a good story with the words, but rather on winning by using as many as they could. Now, I'm not saying anybody did that, but I am saying that just because a story used more words than another doesn't mean it's necessarily more deserving to win. So I wanted a human element. I wanted people to be able to go, hey, I thought this story was awesome. It touched me more than others. I think it deserves to win. I wanted the community to together participate and determine who the winner is, and the word bank to be sort of a tiebreaker or the final factor, not the biggest determiner. Or, on the other hand, if a story doesn't use very many of the words, it would then require a lot of votes to win. I wanted the two aspects of the contest to go hand in hand. And I did talk about this in my announcement a little bit ago, but I want to go over this again, which is that I know how much work this is to review everybody's stories, but I cannot find any other way to do this. Because the thing is, in order to vote on a winner, you need to read all the stories. I can't have somebody who's read 2 of the stories vote, because they're just going to vote for one of the 2 that they read, not out of everybody. So you have to read everybody to be able to vote on a winner. And I need proof that you read everybody. And so the reviews are simply proof that I did read this story. Like, I recall the content from it. I am reviewing the content. I did my job. I read it, you know. So, like, I wish that there was an easier way to do this that was less time consuming. But I cannot think of any other way, just practically, to make it work. So that is why it's the way it is. Now, someone, I don't know if they want to be named, but somebody offered a very good suggestion, which is to make reading and reviewing everyone required to even be eligible to win the contest. I wish I had done that. If I do another challenge of this sort, I will, because that's a really good idea. Unfortunately, I don't think I can change it now. If you guys are willing to let me change it, I will, but it wasn't originally in the review, it wasn't originally in the rules, so I don't expect to be able to change that at this point. It is just something to do for the future. Now, a lot of people offered suggestions of what I could have done, or should have done, or should do next time. But that doesn't change what needs to happen with the contest now. And at this point, I'm frustrated because it is out of my control. Only you guys can determine what happens with this contest. And I'd really appreciate it if you'd be willing to, instead of just telling me what to do next time, help me now, because you do have that power. I want you guys to understand, the community choosing not to read and review doesn't just affect the Halloween contest, which it does in big ways. It affects other aspects of this group. The fact that there haven't been reviews has left the responsibility of reviewing everyone up to me, which caused me to be overwhelmed, and it almost led me to canceling the stream due to needing more time. If multiple people had already reviewed everyone, I could have just said, this is too much work, I guess I personally won't be voting, let's put my time and energy into prepping for the stream. I don't have that luxury because people aren't playing ball. So the community not participating doesn't just affect the Halloween contest, it affects our regular streams. So far, the only person who has reviewed everyone is Azo, and I'm calling you out to give you a round of applause. Thank you so much for doing that. I deeply appreciate that. I myself am almost finished, and my council are busting their asses trying to do so too, in no small part because they want to alleviate the burden placed on me. And I just heard that Death Set is also doing it, so really appreciate everybody who is working really hard to do that. If I get no extra reviewers by the deadline, I may make the votes I do get worth a lot of points. I always intended the votes to be worth at least 2 points, but potentially more. If I have very little voters, I may have to up the amount of points they're worth in order to achieve the desired effect. And not only that, I really want to do something for the reviewers. I don't know what it will be. You guys voted for reviewers not to receive prize plushies, and I will respect that. But I feel like the people who actually do answer my pleas and do their reviews deserve some kind of reward. I don't know if I'll give their story extra points because they're reviewed, if I'll buy them something extra, if I'll give them a sub or something. I really want to thank the people who review somehow, if I can. I may not have the money to buy something extra, but I want to show them how thankful I am somehow. And to be fair, I totally get it. It is a lot of work. I told you all how overwhelmed I myself was with the work. I get it. I understand if it is too much to do in too little time. But would you guys like to win based on merit and love from the community? Not just a couple members, but the community. Because if so, please consider reading and reviewing everyone. And I will add that because you guys voted not for people not to get prize plushies, reviewers not to get prize plushies, it's possible that I might be able to give whatever recompense I decide to give. I might be able to give that to people who didn't submit a Halloween story for reviewing. Again, I don't know what it would be. Also, if you can't do this for whatever reason, please feel free to say that. You can say in the chat, hey, I really want to help, but my week is packed, I'm sorry. Or, I'll try, but no promises. I will understand, and I appreciate you for telling me that. But me running myself ragged trying to do this myself and begging you guys to please review and then either receiving silence from you or advice on what to do next time is really frustrating me. So even just a little, you know what, it is too much for me, I will understand that and be satisfied with that. I get it. So sorry if that is a little much, but as I said, I've been getting increasingly frustrated about this situation, and of course I know that that parts of it are my fault, that I should have done what was suggested, that I should have made it so it was required that everybody do the reviews. But the thing is, this was my first time hosting a contest like this, which I said multiple times in the reviews, or not in the reviews, in the rules. And so I couldn't know how things were going to go. I couldn't know how overwhelming it was going to be for me or for you guys. I couldn't know that rule of reviewing everyone wouldn't be clear to people, you know. I couldn't know. And like me saying in the contest rules that this is my first time hosting a contest like this, is me asking for grace and being like, hey, there might be hiccups. Please give me grace if and when there are hiccups. So, yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk, I guess. All right. That is a whole wall of biddies. Thank you so much for all the bits. All right. Have we got 2 encores unlocked already? That is awesome. Yes, there is a Halloween writing competition. Unfortunately, the submission period for that has ended, but you will be able to tune in next Saturday to hear me read a couple of the stories from the contest, and you can join the Discord to read them all, or review them all if you newcomer would like to join and do that. I don't expect new people to do that, but if you're like, wow, I feel empowered, you totally can. So I'll quick say that I was originally, the reason I put that poll up for the Christmas contest is because, or it might not be a contest, probably not, but the Christmas event, is because I was like, oh, I gave people 3 months to work on their Halloween stuff, and already people don't have 3 months, and if I post the call to action after the Halloween contest, then they'll have even less time. But I am too overwhelmed to figure out, I'm too overwhelmed to figure that out yet, and all these hiccups that are happening with the Halloween contest means I really need to think more critically about how I'm doing the Christmas contest, so I am putting my thoughts on that on hold, and I plan to revisit that once the Halloween contest is over, and then figuring out what to do after that. Thank you for sharing the Discord link. That is fair, Deathhead. Is there a way that I could have phrased it better, like in these rules about like how important getting voters was? Very much appreciate that, Marx. He says, I'll very much try, but I do tend to have a very packed week. Very fair. Aw, that's really sweet of you. James, nah, that's awesome. Really appreciate that. Exactly. Aw, James now says, oh, I like reading, and I love an excuse to escape my own writing. Which channel do I find the stories? Someone probably already said, but the Halloween Contest 2024 forum. Oh, you know what? I might be able to fix that real quick. Yeah, that's annoying if it's what I think it is. Sure enough. Okay. Oh, it's loading slowly. Okay, it should be available to you now. James, nah. Alright. To do. Hold on.
Oh, kitties.
I think that's everything. Council, is there anything else I needed to talk about before I began?
Kitties.
Also, I can also say the reviews don't need to be long. All the reviews are needed for is proof that you read the stories. And so as long as you are able to prove that you have read the story with your review, you don't have to spend a bunch of time writing an in-depth analysis. If you are just, of course the writers appreciate it if you give them an in-depth analysis, but if you're just I'm trying to help Kaylee, I'm trying to do all of my reviews, you can make some short ones. Very fair. Alright. Well, in that case, let us go on to our first story. First Impressions. Chronicles of the Dragon. Ellen. By Makokam. 350 words. I watch through the window in silence, watching as cars pass slowly, obliviously. They don't know what this building is. They don't know I am here. Yet. At first they'll brush it off, maybe not even notice. But the people who drive by regularly, they'll start to realize the unease, the anxiety, the dread. It always happens when they drive by here. The people who work in the area will feel it deepen as my presence layers thicker and thicker on the area. Will they quit their jobs, no longer able to bear the feelings of despair when they come to work? Or will the businesses close, the flow of customers drying up like a stream in a drought? I can't mourn their losses. It's simply a fact of my existence, and I need to exist here for now. I feel a smile tug at the corner of my mouth as I think about how, once I leave, if I leave, anyone who sticks it out, either through determination or necessity, will feel a profound sense of joy as a weight lifts off of them. A weight so heavy its absence will leave them feeling like they are floating off the ground. The joy they'll feel, as if seeing the sun after a lifetime of darkness. A warmth they'd forgotten they could feel. I wait. Soon I see what I've been waiting for. A line of cars, slow, and turn down the driveway. The sunlight rushes in, filling the hallway with light as I head downstairs, and the shadows leave with me. Light shines through our doors, though as it approaches me, it seems to stop, as if trying to pass through an infinite void. I can see the nervousness growing on the newcomers. They'll learn. They enter and see me for the first time. They ready their weapons or their powers, or both. But one walks calmly, cheerfully up to me, clapping a hand on my shoulder as he passes, and says, "Can't you tone it down for the newbies?" I smile and say, "I made cake." Oh no. Oh no. Oh, should I redo it? Well, throw up those awesome monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Yeah, do you guys want me to redo the story? Oh yeah, that's a great point. Well, I guess I might amend that. Wolf says, "Here's a ghoul rule of thumb." Ghoul's rule of thumb. Here's a good rule of thumb. Say one thing you liked and one thing you didn't like. I might even amend that to say, use the sandwich method and go, say one thing you liked, one thing you didn't like, and another thing you liked. But yeah, it could just be 3 sentences of that, and you're good. So I changed it so that actually, you know what? I'll just show it to you. I'll just pull it up. Can you see that well enough? Maybe you can't. So yeah, if you go down here, yeah, then the Halloween contest right here, this forum, this is what you're looking for. And then, yeah. I'll turn it off now just in case you see something you're not supposed to. Oh, maybe, did I not, is there an okay I need to hit somewhere that I didn't? No? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're okay. But yeah, I had to go into the default channels and check the. Oh, there's the save button. Check the events box. James Daw says that they found it. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Why are people tagged? I was gonna say, why are people tagging me in another server? But then I accidentally said, why are people me tagging? All right. Here, I'm gonna wave to you. There we go. All right. Okay. So I got one I'm fine from Ghoulish, but does anybody else want me to reread it? And thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Excellent breading, bordering on ASMR. Would not object to hearing it again. Amazing. Yeah, Palmothemus says I usually stick to 3 paragraphs. Yep, that could be a great idea too. I guess you could also do a setup of paragraph 1, here are my overall thoughts on the story. Paragraph 2, here's a specific thing I have to critique. Paragraph 3, here's a specific thing that I liked. Aerith says it's fine as well, so I have 2 votes for don't need to read it again. So here's the thing. If I don't read it again, I'm gonna want to edit this video so that I stick the story on screen for the VOD, and I don't really want to do that. So I think I'm just gonna reread it, mostly to save myself future work. Alright. First impressions. Oh, you know what? Since I'm doing it a second time, did you like the voice I gave her, or would you like me to give her a different voice? So we're reading it again. I can give her a different voice. I'll show the kitty. I'm waiting.
Oh, pretty kitty.
There's another kitty back there. Oh yeah, I think you can see him.
A kitty on the floor, a kitty on the chair. Yes. Yes, little kitty. Mm-hmm.
Baby cat. Was that a thumbs up? Is that just you liked what I did? What is that emote? It seems good. Alright. First impressions. Chronicles of the Dragon, Ellen, Makokam. 350 words. I watched through the window in silence, watching as cars pass slowly, obliviously. They don't know what this building is. They don't know I am here. Yet. At first, they'll brush it off, maybe not even notice. But the people who drive by regularly, they'll start to realize the unease, the anxiety, the dread. It always happens when they drive by here. And the people who work in the area will feel it deepen as my presence layers thicker and thicker on the area. Will they quit their jobs, no longer able to bear the feelings of despair when they come to work? Or will the businesses close, the flow of customers drying up like a stream in a drought? I can't mourn their losses. It is simply a fact of my existence, and I need to exist here for now. I feel a smile tug at the corner of my mouth as I think about how, once I leave, if I leave, anyone who sticks it out, either through determination or necessity, will feel a profound sense of joy as a weight lifts off of them. A weight so heavy, its absence will leave them feeling like they are floating off the ground. The joy they'll feel, as if seeing the sun after a lifetime of darkness, a warmth they'd forgotten they could feel. I wait. Soon I see what I've been waiting for. A line of cars slow and turn down the driveway. The sunlight rushes in, filling the hallway with light as I head downstairs, and the shadows leave with me. Light shines through our doors, though as it approaches me, it seems to stop, as if trying to pass through an infinite void. I can see the nervousness growing on the newcomers. They'll learn. They enter and see me for the first time. They ready their weapons or their powers, or both. One walks calmly, cheerfully up to me, clapping a hand on my shoulder as he passes, and says, "Can't you tone it down for the newbies?" I smile and say, "I made cake." Those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. There we go. That felt better. Yes, exactly. The only real rule is don't be a dick. Yep. Yeah, and you can look at other reviews, for example. Just to make sure I don't offend, are there any rules for critiquing the writing of others on Discord? I don't want to be a dick. Oh, I see. That is the rule. Don't be a dick. Here, I'll pull up the submission. I'll pull up the. It's so weird having this be so long. I'm like, where's the writing group? Oh, here it is. Okay. Where did I put it? Okay. You must like and review. Your reviews must be constructive and thoughtful and must be left as comments directly on the submission post you're reviewing. You must include the hashtag review prompt number, or for the Halloween contest, review Halloween 24. At the end of your review comments will not be counted. Maybe I should change that to, well, I mean, I guess that's true, that if you just don't include that hashtag, you won't be counted. But I was going to say, maybe I should change it to you won't be found. And then tone, this is the tone of the reviews, be constructive and uplifting. We do this first and foremost for the joy of the craft. Help other writers to feel like their work is valuable, and be considerate and gentle with critique when you offer it. Others who fail to do so may be punished by the moderation team. So yeah, I mean that ending sounds harsh, but it's just, yeah, don't be a dick, be nice, be constructive, and try to make it like, I value your work, I value you as a writer, even if you were like, I have a lot of critiques, I have a lot of issues, and I have a lot of... Now I'm just imagining you just like walking into a story being like, I have a lot of issues, I am going to a therapist, and then leaving. No, I have a lot of, like, you might be like, I have a lot of issues with the story, but do your darndest to... I guess, like, maybe a, kind of what I try to do, and I may not always succeed, is that I never want people to leave my streams, my reviews, feeling bad about themselves and bad about their writing. And so, like, if you ever do leave my streams and my critiques feeling that way, please tell me. I do want that feedback to know, okay, like, that was too far. But I always want people to feel valued, like their work is valued, like they as people are valued, like they as writers are valued, first and foremost, and even if I have a lot to critique. So you can try to emulate that as best as you can. I know I feel like I'm going too in depth on a very simple question. Yes. What? Looks and watch. I've forgotten how to breathe. Why have you forgotten how to breathe, Wolf? Okay, Mako's notes are, I wish I had questions. This is actually one of the easiest stories I've written in a long time. The hardest part was actually keeping it in first person present tense. I probably still need to go over it a few more times to make sure it's correct. But anyway, I actually didn't progress as far as I wanted to, because for the first time in years, I think, I wasn't sure if my idea would make the minimum, so I just loaded up with words and then hit the max before, realized. And I love all of the establishing stuff too much to cut more than I needed to fit in the ending. So I guess that's my question. Does the ending feel too weak, too abrupt, toast level, golden brown? Yes, I can drink water. I feel like I tend to drink water right before the stories, but if you guys in the chat want to remind me, you can. You can just throw up a drink water sometimes. All right. I really liked this story. I really liked the exploration of Ellen writing about a character whose superhero name is Spooky is so perfect for Halloween, and it worked really well for the prompt as well. As always on Mako's stories, I'm very familiar with his universe and usually help him with his stories, so I definitely want to hear your guys' thoughts on this. What did you like? Where did you guys have issues? So I really like the description at the beginning here. It feels so spooky, so big and vast and overwhelming, and like I totally feel like the drag as I'm reading. It's like, oh, this is getting worse as I keep reading. It's like, oh, your influence ain't a good one. And so I really like how expansive her influence is, and just by being here she radiates waves of gloom and stuff like that. Though I also feel like the expansiveness could be something to critique about it. So this is one that I read to my dad, and he didn't realize that this was a person, that even though it says at the beginning, I watched through the window in silence, which you could generally infer is a human being, because the description is so expansive, it's outside, like the building outside it, the city blocks, the streets, it kind of reads like there's this giant shadow being, like, around multiple city blocks, or at least a building. And or that the window, I guess that could have been part of it, that it could feel like the window is not like, hi, I'm in a building, watching from the window, and more like the window of space looking upon Earth, or something like that. So I know Ellen, and even knowing Ellen, I also had this image of this great shadow being with this huge influence over this multiple city blocks or a building or whatever. So I do feel like the switch from here's the expansive description to here's her as a person walking along the hallway. I do feel like there could be maybe more of a transition there. I think that something that could have helped there is kind of, I forget how my dad described it yesterday, but I really liked his idea of like drawing the power back in, so that the focus, instead of our focus being way out here and then suddenly she's a person, having it be, okay, pull it back, okay, here we are with a person. And I do feel like you could do that. You could talk about how, I mean, I guess maybe you'd have to restructure more of the story, but you could talk about how her influence is way out here in the city blocks. Then you could talk about the building she's in. Then you could talk about, like, the different floors of the building. Then the floor she's on. Then the room she's in. Then her. And then you could also, that could even capitalize more on how, like, she literally casts shadows physically in the room that she's in. And so that could be a cool way to do that as well. That it's like, out here, everybody be depressed. Closer, everybody more depressed. okay in the building, like, you know, whatever's going on there. And then, like, in her room, even the shadows are darker, and the sunlight won't break through, and stuff like that. I feel like that could be a useful thing. My dad was also talking about her thoughts, that having it go from, like, this is all her thoughts on things, it's describing, like, both what's actually happening, but also, like, kind of how she's feeling about it, I think. Well, actually, no. Because it's just saying, like, this is what will happen. So this is her thoughts on it. And then she smiles somewhere. Oh yeah, I feel a smile tug at the corner of my mouth as I think about. But this is still describing just what will happen. Yeah, so I guess that could be part of it too, that the whole story is like, they will do this, they will do that. I walk down the stairs. And so I feel like that I can understand how that's jarring. So maybe, it's hard to figure out exactly how to do it, because it's a really interesting and complex idea. Maybe something like talking about how, kind of along the lines of bringing the perspective in, talk about how the newbies are gonna react to that, like, yes, you know, the new people, they're getting out of their car. Oh, and they're about to, like, once they see me in this room, they're gonna freak out, you know, whatever it is. That can maybe work as a smoother transition. I'm not sure. And I am being kind of harsh, because I think the story is great. I think it works really well. Of course, you guys in the chat can say whether you thought it worked well or not. But I think it could be something that could improve the story, just doing more of a transition, more of a perspective smallening to her as the human person. But all that being said, I really like how you describe her expansive reach. Oh, there's an ad incoming. All right. I like the idea of, like, people who drive by regularly, that, like, some people are going to pass by and never come back, and they're going to be fine. But the people who go by regularly, they're going to be like, I feel very anxious when I go by this one building. I like that idea. And then, like, the people who work here. Yeah, so this is the perspective stuff I really like, that, you know, keeps going down with that perspective of, okay, there's the people who just pass by. Now there's the people who pass by regularly. Now there's the people who work here. And this is definitely the part where I'm like, oh no. And then this here is very much like makes her read like this callous character, this callous super being. We'll come back to that, because that is a thing, a question. But in the beginning, when you don't know who she is, and it's just like this horrible being of gloom and darkness, that just adds to it and makes it even more powerful. And then it is interesting how, like, you get the smile first, and so it's kind of like, it seems like the smile is about this, that it's like, everything's horrible for them. But actually, the smile is about what comes afterwards, that it's about, once they leave, they'll feel better, which is really interesting. That I wonder if she's like, she likes the idea of, like, I don't like making people feel gloomy, but people feel happier when they leave my gloom than when they did before, that if they were just walking down the street and didn't hit my gloom. There's the ad. Should I pause? I guess I should pause for the newcomers, even though you could hear me. Okay. So we often play games during these streams, with the hold tight. No, I can't do it. I want to shake the computer. Oh, I can... Did I do it again? Did I do it again, y'all? Have I been putting only Amita on the screen the entire time? Oh no. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh yeah, Eris said Turi disappeared again. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me today? I'm sorry. Well, I'll wait to do it till the next ad, because there's only... Well, I guess there's 2 minutes. Usually when we do these ads on these streams, we play a game where we tell a story by one person saying a word and then the next person saying a word, often going back and forth between me and you guys. I guess let's start with hands. No? What are you saying no about? What's the no about? I've seen this story. You think your mind is going to creepy places? Well, you control the story. It doesn't have to go creepy. Hands clap. Alright. Hands clap mightily. Hands clap mightily, causing Sup, Norman. Welcome, welcome. So cute. I think he burn. I think he burn. Oh, so cute. Oh, you're back. Okay. we can pause the story there. Okay. Oh, I might... Okay, so this is... Yes, this is the desktop. Okay, so you can be desktop. And then this is that. All right. Yeah, and I do like the idea that the light literally follows her. I like they'll learn. It feels very ominous. Ultimately, it's not. Ultimately, it's just like, oh yeah, they'll learn that I'm nice. But it's great because it has that double meaning of reading like, oh, they'll learn, and something horrifying. Alright. And then the ending is really cute. I like that a lot. So yeah, if you guys haven't answered, what did you think of the ending? Were you surprised? Like, if you don't know Ellen, were you surprised by the ending? Were you expecting the ending? Did it feel jarring? What were your thoughts there? But I thought it was very cute.
Like this kitty.
Oh, what's the other thing? Oh, yeah. So the main critique that I had is that this line here felt contradictory in a couple of ways. So one way is that earlier she goes, I can't mourn their losses. It's simply a fact of my existence. And I need to exist here for now. And so that reads as, I can't control this. I can't tone it down for the newbies. And so this guy, at least to me, reads like he knows her. He reads like he knows her powers, and he's like, hey, can you tone it down for the newbies? Like, he knows that she's nice. And so he's just like, you know, he knows she's nice. He knows she can tone it down. And so he's asking her to do so. And so then it's kind of like, wait, but I thought she couldn't tone it down. And if it's meant to be that the answer is no, it's like, can you tone it down for the newbies? At least to me, that wasn't really clear. Because like I said, it very much read like, oh, this guy's super familiar with her. Especially because we're at the end and we're getting the true nature of her powers. And so having the true nature of her, not necessarily her powers, but having I made cake of, hey, I'm actually nice, right next to can you tone it down for the newbies, reads to me like we're revealing the truth of two aspects. They're revealing the truth of she's actually nice and the truth of she can tone it down. So it's odd if it's meant to be that the answer is no. The other thing that feels contradictory about that line is that I can see the nervousness growing on the newcomers. They'll learn. They enter and see me for the first time. They ready their weapons or powers or both, but one walks calmly. And so that reads like that one is one of the newcomers. But can you tone it down for the newbies? At least to me, does not read like the way a newbie would talk. Especially because you just described just how terrifying she is. And so it feels like, yeah, they're going to be super nervous. They're going to be readying their weapons. They're going to be terrified. They're not going to be acting like this. This is somebody who actually knows her and actually knows that she is nice. And so I think, like, but their chaperone, or, you know, but name the person, or but my friend, something like that would work better, because one implies that he himself is a newbie. I guess I'm trying to think, because there could be a situation of, like, the newbies have heard about her and heard about her power set, and one of them is a newbie and is like, I've heard about your powers. Can you please tone it down for us? But it doesn't really read like that. I do think saying, can you tone it down for us, would work better. But I still have that question of, if he is a newbie, why is he not afraid? Why is he, you know, walking calmly and cheerfully up and stuff like that? So yeah, like, I really liked both the lines. I really liked the line up here of her being like, it's just a fact of my existence, and I really liked him saying this as well, and it definitely added to the ending. It just felt like the two contradicted. Oh yeah, and I guess another part of the reason I want to hear the chat's thoughts on the ending is that if I didn't know Ellen, I could easily see myself being creeped out by the cake and being like, something's wrong with that cake. I think it might be a lie. I think that she put some gloom and doom into the cake. She's gonna kill us all, kind of, or not even kill us all. She's gonna depress us all with her depresso espresso. So I'm curious if any of you read it that way, or if you were like, no, I totally believed that this was a sign. Oh, she's actually nice. She's actually just, like, making cake for the new people. Arsenic cake, my favorite. No, don't do it. And then, so as I said, I know Ellen. I know that she's a nice person. I know the cake is not a lie. All those things. Baby. But I do feel like if I did not know her... Oh, cat.
Kitty. Good girl. Oh, good kitty. You want out? I don't know if you do. You usually don't stay out much. And if I open that door, Bo's gonna wake up and start mowing.
But so if I didn't know Ellen, then how is it gonna phrase it? I think I would, like, in addition to what I was saying about the cake, it's evil. I would think that she's quite an evil character, because well, I guess this really is the crux, because, well, okay, a couple things. I would probably think that she's a very evil character because, like, staying here and allowing people to be full of despair and depressed and, like, inevitably probably leading to some people killing themselves because of her influence, knowingly, like, either, like, because she can tone it down and isn't, or because she's staying here and she doesn't have to. She could stay away from civilization. Means that she is making an active choice to lead to at least the misery of human people. Well, and maybe animals too, actually. She's at least okay with causing intense misery, if not okay with people dying because of her powers. And so that makes her seem quite evil. And, like, the fact that if it is just a fact of her existence, she can't tone it down, that does make it better because it's not an active choice to let it run wild. But it is an active choice to be here in this place as opposed to being like, hey, my base, it is away from civilization. I only visit civilization when I have to. Does add some evil to the character that I don't think you want. And I'm also curious if other people feel that way or not. What you guys thought of the character and stuff like that. But it is helpful that it's like, it does seem like she likes knowing that they'll be happy at some point. Let's see what folks have been saying. So I don't know, Mega says, there is a dark, dark city and a dark, dark block and a dark, dark building and a dark, dark hall and a dark, dark doorway. I can't tell if you are making a joke or if you are saying my critique is stupid. Because I feel like it could go either way. Like, do I need to explain my critique more? Or not? But the Bobo, let the dopamine flow through you. That was actually Bella. Bo is that one. Bo is, can you see my finger? I can't tell. Bo is the one on the ground. Here, I can, let's turn on the camera. Okay, you can, yeah, there he is. It looks like he's in a sunbeam, but he's not. I don't know why it looks like that. That little red thing is the only light from the window, reflecting off a crystal, reflecting into here. Okay, forward, yes. Alright. Oh yeah, I didn't write down the hands story. Hands clap mightily, causing Is that how you spell mightily? I don't know that it is. I'm just thinking of Sweeney Todd. You are young. Life has been kind to you. You will learn. Oh gosh, yeah, it can't have those spooky vibes. God, okay, this time he's an uwu voice. Amazing. Oh, whoops, yeah, I should have called him Nighthawk or something, or just cut more words to elaborate on his part more. Very fair. Very fair. Depresso Espresso, the fast track to hell. the train. Alternatively, I made you a cake. A cake collapses under its own weight. What does that mean? That, like, the cake itself was gloomy, and so it collapsed? Have I never heard of what story? Aerith says, I assume she couldn't actually control her powers. Him saying tone it down was wishful thinking on his part. Given how much time is spent on how she impacts others, it seems like it is out of her control, and she's kind of cursed to be unable to control her powers despite being nice. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that is the thing, that it's like, it's the question of what she can and can't control. Because it does, indeed, if it is that she can't control her powers, she can't tone it down, it is wishful thinking on his part. There is definitely a level of, okay, like, she doesn't mean to cause harm. However, at the same time, like I said, even though she can't control her powers and what they do to people, she can control, like, if she is in the vicinity of people, and she can control if she is in the vicinity of people for an extended amount of time. And so, by her being like, I'm gonna stay here, and I'm gonna let these people be depressed or potentially end their own lives because of my powers, that's what starts to be a problem to me. That's what starts to feel like, like, this character is not seeming entirely nice if they're making such a choice, if that makes sense. Okay, I don't really know what that means. But I guess I'll say that, like, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say, yes, the dark, dark hallway, and the dark, dark doorway, and the dark, dark room. I'm talking about perspective. Like, I'm talking about, like, and I like the perspective in the story. Like I said, I like how we go from the cars are passing by. Okay, now let's talk about the people who are going by regularly. Now let's talk about the people who work here. I really like that. I think that's a great progression. I think you just also could have done that to apply to her, and bringing in the perspective to her as a human being out from this big shadow monster sort of imagery. Does that make more sense, or does it still feel like I'm just saying something dumb? Yeah, this is a great story. Great for the prompt. Great for the around Halloween time. Love seeing more of Ellen. Let us go on to Marx's story. Countdown. Love and Haze by Marx. 350 words. Content warning. Somewhat detailed depictions of violence and gore. I wasn't created for this. I was forged with metal and magic for the sole purpose of torturing and killing a single horrible human man. I've accomplished that purpose. So as I stand between my creator and approximately 217 demons, my hopes are not high for our survival. But that doesn't matter. I have the freedom to create a new purpose, and as my fingers turn into long, sharp claws, and I let out a defiant shriek, I know what my new purpose will be. No harm will come to my creator while I still move. I channel my magic to increase my strength and speed. I launch myself at them. Beams of magic fire from my eyes as the world becomes claw, fang, blood, and ash. Everything that moves becomes a target. 210. I'm the biggest threat, so they mostly focus on me. The great thing about not being human is that no matter how focused on the battle I am, I always have an eye on my creator. 199. A few go for him, thinking he's an easy meal. I kill each one from a distance before they get the chance. 184. Limbs are flying everywhere. 168. The world is raining demon blood. 145. I figure out that I can absorb their magic and fire it back at them. 93. I perfect using my magic at maximum efficiency, firing a full blast just as I absorb enough magic to do it again. 66. I make their blood boil and they pop like cheap water balloons. 17. He's still okay. I can do this. 6. They try to flee. I don't let them. 1. 0. I don't need to breathe, but I'm panting anyway. I'm surrounded by the bloodied and charred pieces of what used to be living demons. I smile and laugh at the sky in victory. I fling chunks of demon flesh from my claws and approach my creator. He looks so frightened. I've killed all the demons. We're safe. What scares him so? All he can see now is... Oh. It's me. I'm the frightening thing. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it.
Bella. Okay.
Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Canonically, she can control her aura, but can't turn it off. But officially, it's not this expansive, only really affecting a small building worth of space. Gotcha. The Dark story is a ghost story for small children, talking about doing what I did, but backwards, starting in the city neighborhood, moving into Ellen. Reminding me of it, since it starts with a forest and moves into a house, then a room. Gotcha. Alrighty. I very much enjoyed this story, Marx. I liked the action of it, and like, gotta love that ending. That ending is the perfect, like, sort of redeemable villain sort of thing that I really like. And I like how you used, I forget exactly how you phrased it, but when this prompt came up, you suggested in the stream chat, like, somebody who doesn't realize that they are the darkness until the end. And I was like, I like that idea, and I actually ended up using it for one of my stories. But I really like how you did that, how you implemented that idea. I think that is a great way to use this prompt. Super punchy and emotional and angsty, and I think that is great. Okay, so direct continuation of my story from last week. It's so weird. It feels, I mean, I was gonna say it feels like many weeks ago, and technically it was, but it was the last prompt. But yeah, the story about the train, the demons on the train. Well, I guess they weren't on the train, but the demons outside the train. Funny fact, I had no clue what Kaylee's challenge is going to be when I wrote this. The fact that I think it works perfectly for it is a happy accident. Anyway, on to the questions. 1. Did the counting work for you? 2. Was there anything that didn't make sense, especially if you're new to this world? 3. How does the ending come across? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. Okay, so I'll go back to my challenge. My challenge comes from a stream a few weeks ago inspired by Eddie's Strength in the Stars story, which features a character with strong narrative voice. My challenge is to write in first person and try to write it in the character's voice. Think about how this character would sound different from you in your normal writing voice. You may need to waste words on character voice interjections and make it truly sound like it's an in-character voice, and that's part of the challenge. Alrighty. Interesting. I do feel like this story is definitely in her head, in first person, in her voice, but I also feel like it could have been, especially if you were, well, you weren't going for my challenge, it just is a happy accident, but if you were going for my challenge, I feel like there's more you could have done, but I will get there in a little bit. Alright, so once again, this is another story that I got my dad's feedback on, and he had some very interesting thoughts on this one. Not all of which I agree with, but I think that they would just be interesting things to talk about here on the stream. So when he read this line, and saw like the sole purpose of torturing and killing a single horrible human man, and then later he was getting to like, oh, protecting the creator, he kind of was thinking that protecting the creator was implied in this, that it was more about this person was a danger to my creator, so my design was to protect him by killing this guy. And so he was kind of going, wait, how is that different? How is this different from the previous goal? I don't know exactly how you could fix that because personally I think it's quite well described, but I also know the story. So I think that is a very interesting thought. It's really fascinating because it is exactly what we were talking about in the latest chapter of your novel. The difference between a warrior angel and a guardian angel. That it's like she was an assassin and now she's being a guardian here. So I'm curious what you guys thought, if you have not read any of these stories, if that was clear or not. And then the next comment here. I feel like this should either... I didn't catch this at first, FYI, but I feel like this should either be approximately 200 or 217. Because it feels odd to say approximately and then a very exact number. And because she is like a robot who has insane powers, I feel like she could just say 217. Now, granted, that could create issues for newcomers who'd be like, how does she know how many? How does she know how many? But I think if they recognize, okay, I wasn't created for this. This is a robot creature. Okay, they can tell exactly how many demons it is. I do really like the beginning and the build up of like, I wasn't created for this, and her basically going, I wasn't created for this, so it's unlikely that we're going to survive, but I am going to do my darndest. And I also like how she is creating her own purpose, and that is another aspect of how human she is, that as a robot she needs to have a purpose, but as a human, or having that human side, she is free to choose a new purpose as opposed to just like powering down and being like, I am done, master. And I do really like her new goal personally. This gives me goosebumps every time I read it. Very, very cool. And I'm always like, I mean, I don't know. I guess there are ways that it could be a problem or take away from the stakes, but I like admitting that, hey, we maybe ain't gonna get out of this one. I think that's cool because it is so common for heroes to just go in guns blazing and being like, stormtroopers, they can't hit us, kind of thing. And so her going, yeah, I'm a powerful, cool robot, but I might not survive. I like that a lot, especially because being a robot, like, I can kind of imagine her, like, there's a, like, C-3PO going, the percent, of people who get out of this, or our chance of survival is, and then say a percentage. And so I especially like that it's like not just her having human hopes, but also her as a robot can probably calculate how much hope there is, how likely she is to, they are to get out of this. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's interesting too. Because she doesn't say his survival, she says our survival. So that does mean that she counts herself as alive, that she doesn't just consider herself a robot being that can be powered off and down, on and off. But she considers herself a living being. That's really interesting. Is this the first time that her fingers are like turning into sharp claws and stuff like that, or is that something she did with was it Elias? Is that his name? This one, something I'll have to critique about this story is it does have to do with her power set. I think this one works better than the one I'm gonna critique. But the first time I read it, I was like, she has sharp claws, but perhaps I just didn't read the story where she indeed, manifested sharp claws already. But I do like how demonic that is. This story very much reminds me of the Nietzsche quote of like, I'm not going to remember the exact phrasing, but those who fight monsters must... Oh, I'm just gonna look it up. It won't be hard to find. Oop, not that one. Beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. That's not the full quote, though. Ooh, here we go. Yeah, this sounds right. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. So this very much feels like that idea of like she is fighting monsters but becoming one. And you can even see it from her very first move of she is fighting demons but looking and sounding very demonic right away. I like the world becomes claw, fang, blood, and ash because that can be both sides as well. That can be the demons and her. I like that a lot. And then this is a really interesting insight. I like telling newcomers, hey, if it wasn't clear already, she's not human. And I like that. Like, yeah, that would be really useful. That it's like a human would be like, I have one focus, I'm emotional, I'm freaked out, I'm fighting. But a robot can be like, okay, fighting, okay, looking at Xander at the same time. And then this one is interesting. I am curious how she kills them from a distance, but that also, I like that part a lot. I think that is a great way to convey her power, is that, and granted, like, there is potentially a critique to be made about how vague it is, but I kind of like, in this case, how vague it is, that it's like, we don't know how she does it. Like, does she do the Full Metal Alchemist lust thing, where she, like, has a giant nail and chunks it into their heads? Is she like telekinetically like lifting them and crushing them? Is she sending fire over there? Like, we don't know, but we know it's from a distance, and so it's just like, oh, you're going for Xander, and she gets them. And so I like that part a lot. I think I'll come back to that comment. Okay, so this part here is the part that I have a critique about. Because for me, even though I know her and I know that she's the super powerful magical robot, just reading, I figure out that I can absorb their magic and fire it back at them. I was having trouble in my practice figuring out how to phrase it and explain it, but there's something about that doesn't work super well for me, that it's just like, yes, I figure out this very difficult to figure out thing. It's like, okay, and I'm like wanting more explanation, and then the next line is, I perfect what I just figured out, and I'm like, okay. And I get that that's kind of the point of, like, she's a super powerful magical robot, and she can, like, within one fight, figure out how to absorb their magic, and then in the next breath perfect it. That does show what a good job he did on her and how terrifyingly powerful she is. But even knowing that, even kind of knowing her power set and stuff like that, it still is, it still just reads as odd to me that it goes by so fast. Yes, I figure out how to do that. And I think something that could really help for me is, and this goes along with what I was talking about, the perspective, if you did add a little more roboticness to her description, to her perspective. Because if you had, like, you talked about the demons firing magic at her, and then you say, like, analyzing 40%. I don't know if it would get confusing, but that could be a kind of interesting thing to have, like, two, like, a count down and a count up. And so it's kind of a race to see who's going to do it first, if they're going to kill her, overwhelm her first, or if she can successfully analyze their magic first and enough to wipe them out with their own magic. And so, like, she's going, 145, but then going, analysis 60%, stuff like that. I think that could help a lot. But even if you didn't want to do the double countdown, like, you could talk about her, I analyze their movements, or I analyze their magic, and find that I can do that too, I think the I figure out is a bit of a hindrance there as well, because it's a very human phrasing, and like, that's not really something I think a normal human could do. They just be like, yes, I figured it out, and then I perfected it, kind of thing. And so using more robotic language of I analyze their magic and, stuff like that, I think would help a lot. And that's something you could do throughout the piece, eventually. This one was the most powerful and gruesome description to me, for sure. I really like the he's still okay, I can do this, the more human emotional thing that interjects everything, that it's like, like the whole time, or before this, she was like, I don't know, it's a lot of demons. And now she's like, like there's only 17 left and he's still okay? All right, I can do this. I think that's great. And then I absolutely love how you conveyed the ending here, the cadence of it. That it's like he looks so scared, and it's like, well, I've killed all the demons. Like, we're safe. What's wrong? Oh, it's me. I'm the frightening thing. Like, oh, fantastic. Love the way that you did that. So let's see. Where's this? So my dad had some interesting critiques about the story, and I don't even completely understand them, but like I said, I think they're kind of interesting, and so I kind of want to talk about them and see if, like, you guys have any insights regarding them. I was expecting him to really like this story. It felt like the kind of story he'd like. But he felt like he wasn't super engaged with it because there wasn't much mystery to it. It was just, there's a lot of demons, they need to be killed, and I'm gonna kill them. And, like, he was like, I don't really have any compassion for the demons, and so when she's killing them, I'm not thinking, oh wow, like, what a horrifying creature she is. I'm thinking, good, I want them dead. And then the other thing he was talking about is how countdowns often do have, well, it kind of depends, but they often will have some kind of mystery to them. Like, the best example I can come up with is Gravity Falls in He's Not What He Seems. So that whole episode has a countdown, and like, you don't know what this machine is going to do. And so, you as the audience, and so you're like, you don't even, because we have everybody else who's trying to stop it, and Stan who's trying to get there and have it happen properly. But either way, we're trying to get to it, and we don't know who to trust, and so there's a lot of mystery to that countdown. And granted, not every countdown has a mystery, and it doesn't have to have a mystery to be good. But he was saying that was something that, for him, the countdown didn't add a lot, because it wasn't like, ooh, like, it could be two things. Either like, ooh, what's it? What are we counting down to? What's happening? That's interesting, And it also wasn't, because the other reason he was thinking you might have a countdown is because something happens at the end. And I will admit, I had the same issue, or not issue like he did. I had the same thought, I guess, which is that I thought something was going to happen before she hit 0. And a good example of that is that, like, she is fighting them. She's getting, like, she's got 216 of them. And then she turns around, and the last demon got to Xander. And I know that Xander's isn't gonna die at this point, so I don't think that would work unless you made this an AU. But that is just a worthy thought for the short story itself, and definitely a question that's kind of like, it did kind of, at least for me and my dad, kind of read like, like, I understand what this countdown is. I understand, what's happening here. So it seems like maybe there's a countdown because it's going to matter, because something's going to happen at the end. But nothing really does happen, and it's much more of a, like, it is just flat, you know, the countdown of the demons. And I will say, I liked it a lot more than my dad did. I rather liked the countdown. I liked how it added, to me, urgency to the scene, that you could just have her killing them all brutally and describe that, but the fact that it's all broken up by the numbers and they're going down adds action and dynamism and stuff to the story. And so personally I liked it, but I also did agree that it felt like maybe there would be a twist at the end, because it was just like very flat of, I know what this countdown is, and that is what it is. Yeah. Oh, the other thing I was gonna say about the countdown, I kind of want to try this. Let's see if I'm so bad at numbers. I don't know if I can try and do this without having it prepped. Everything that moves becomes a target. 210. I'm the biggest threat, so they mostly focus on me. The right thing about not being human is that no matter how focused on the battle I am, I always have an eye on my creator. 200. A few go for him, thinking he's an easy meal. I kill each one from a distance before they get the chance. 180. Limbs are flying everywhere. 160. The world is raining demon blood. 120. I figure out that I can absorb their magic and fire it back at them. 80. I perfect using my magic at maximum efficiency, firing a full blast just as I absorb enough magic to do it again. 50. I make their blood boil as they pop like cheap water balloons. 10. He's still okay. 9. I can do this. 8. They're trying to flee. 7. I don't let them. 6. So I did it wrong, but I would do 10, 9, 8. You know, I would go all the way down to 0 as the last one. I do think I like that better. So if you couldn't tell what I was doing, I was going down by, I was always hitting a number with a 0. That instead of it being 184, 68, 145, them all different, having it all be a flat, like down 10, down 20, down 30, and then down 50 at the end. So I think that would have worked better for me, because I like the randomness of the counter in the sense that does make a little, that does feel more believable, that like it wouldn't be like, she wouldn't, well, I guess I was gonna say she is a robot, so she probably could know the exact number and could count by the tens anyways. But there does feel something, it feels like there's something more organic to the fact that the numbers are all random, but I do think that makes it feel less like a countdown, even though it is one. But if you had the numbers be more, I don't know, related to each other, like I said, more on the 10, and you could do it with kind of any number that it could, well, I guess maybe it would have to be the 10s or the 5s, but you could do 185, 165, that might work as well. But I think a consistency there, and then at the end, instead of just doing 1, 0, doing 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, you know, all that, could potentially add to the countdown and make it even better. Of course, it would cost you words to do all the way from 10 down to 0. But it's a thought. And then I think, so my dad was having this thought of, does the amount of demons being killed in the description serve the story? That was one I didn't understand very well. But I would guess that he was kind of talking about how it's like, I want the demons dead, they're being killed, why do we need it described of how gruesome it is? And like, personally, I understand why you described how gruesome it was, because it's all heading to the ending where it's like, where where Xander is freaked out, you know? So I think it works personally, but I think it goes back to my dad being like, I didn't really know where the story was going, and so I was kind of like, why are we here? You know, why are we describing this in such detail? We know what's gonna happen, kind of thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, so then he added here, doing its job defending the creator, why do I have to witness all the blood and gore? Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is, have you ever heard the song Power Lines by Lindsey Sterling? Because I cannot help hearing that song as I read the story. All right. Oh yeah, but if I didn't say it before, the having no compassion for the demons, I think, is part of why it didn't read as super horrifying to him. That it's like, I want them dead. I don't need to hear how they popped, you know, kind of thing. As opposed to, like, we want them dead, but how they're killed actually matters. How they're killed, you know, is important by the end. For Daisy, what do you mean for Daisy? Yeah, for Daisy, Marx's universe, irony intensifies. Yeah, this is not, if you're thinking this is actually for Daisy in Marx's universe, it is not. Things about the song, it's raining men when the demon blood rains. Oh my goodness, that would be such a wild thing to, like, if this were a movie and then that song plays at this part. Oh my gosh. Mika says, I really liked the countdown. It made me very nervous that once she got down to single digits, one was going to get through and Shanker, then Xander, or just Xander. Okay, so you had the same thought. Very interesting. And Aerith had the same thought as well. Yeah, Makokam, I thought the killer might accidentally kill his maker, only realizing what they've done too late. Okay, so it does seem like a lot of people had that impression of, it felt like the countdown is here because something's going to go wrong. Have you heard the theory it's raining men and bodies by Drowning Pool are the same event from different perspectives? I have not heard the song Bodies. You should put it in the not so private chat. It's usually, oh yeah, it's usually a ratio with C3PO, like 180,000 to 1. Yeah. So that could work. Well, that wasn't the part I was saying you needed to add, but that is the idea, yes. She pulled out the claws with Elias as well, yes. Gotcha. Laser eyes. Oh, she kills them from a distance with their eye beams. Gotcha. So she just kills them by looking at them. Wild. Auto turret sprouts from her shoulder. The fact that description is in the same meter. Don't know what you're referring to. You could be fighting like that Terminator in Terminator 2, that liquid metal, and can turn their finger into a long spike. Yeah, that is the lust image I was going for. Explaining the magic absorption is fair. Maybe utilizing sentence fragments or statements. Yeah, that could maybe work. Nika says, I'm suddenly remembering Red vs. Blue, where the show would stop time while the AI was analyzing a combat situation and running probabilities and such to show it was doing all these things in a microsecond. Ooh, yeah, that could be something you could play with her character. Combat mode initiated. Objective, protect creator. Yes. It says, have to agree with your dad there. Protecting someone from demons seems pretty noble to me. Very true. Instant kill mode engaged, yes. Palmothemus says, I think the countdown conveyed the character's frightening power, so it kind of worked for me. That is true. I didn't mention that the fact that it's not just like there's one demon and she kills it brutally, that could still work for the idea, but it works so much better the fact that there's 217 and the odds are low for survival and she kills them all. That definitely makes her seem so much more terrifying. Mark says, I was curious if I needed to have a twist for the countdown or not. It struck me as a very robot thing to do. Actually count them down. Gotcha. It does sound like, because me, my dad, Mako, and Aerith all said that we were expecting a twist with the countdown, does kind of sound like to me like maybe you did have to have a twist. But like I said, I know you don't want Xander to die here, so I don't know what you could do without him dying that would fulfill that. I mean, I guess you could have one get as close as they could. That it's like, none of the other ones got close because of her laser eyes, and then she's almost done and she turns around and one like has a claw right up next to his face, or maybe they even got a scratch on him. That could work, actually. That even Xander getting a single scratch on him is like too much for her, kind of thing. That it's like, how I failed because he got a scratch on him. That could be interesting. Palmothemus says, though I was thinking that something bad was going to happen after killing them all. Gotcha. Oh, Ghoulish says, it feels like a robot would use more round numbers. Gotcha. Mark says, ooh, I didn't think about counting down by even numbers. That makes sense. Gotcha. We're 1,000 bits to having everything unlocked, by the way, Ghoulish says. Which is awesome. I'm very glad that we have at least 2 unlocked, and I hope we can get the 3rd unlocked. Yeah, very true. Depend on how the robot was coded. In my head, she was doing periodic scans throughout the fight, so the numbers would be random. Gotcha. Lindsay Sterling power lines. How did I miss this? Nice. If somebody has the link to the song, you should put it in the not-so-private chat. Daisy's the name of Doomguy's pet rabbit that the demons killed. Gotcha. Oh, it's like a bonus track. Gotcha. The song never specified if the men were reigning intact or in pieces. Amazing. Hello, Reinkarnitor. You have appeared. You are our second encore, and you are unlocked. Ooh, I kind of wanted to do this from Xander's perspective to show why he was so terrified. That's a great idea. I would love to read that. I don't know if it works for Silver Tongues and Golden Silence, but you should absolutely keep that in your head for a future story. But yes, this is great. Marx, let us go on to Descent. Okie dokie. Oh, it also reminded me, I don't know if anybody will get this reference or care, but in the Black Butler manga, I think it's in the Green Witch arc, that CL is like, all right, Sebastian, go destroy everything, kill them all, go free to go wild, like, behave like an animal, do whatever you want, I won't see it. And then CL does his own thing. And then Sebastian goes to do this thing, and he's like, you know, you don't get it. It doesn't cause me pleasure to act like an animal. What causes me pleasure is to play my little butler game with you. And so their relationship kind of makes me think of that, though of course I think Serenity is far less evil. But it very much makes me think of that she like is acting like an animal in some ways here, but that's not what brings her joy. Like protecting him and being with him and you know, whatever relationship they end up having, that relationship is what matters to her. I just realized I didn't actually go over your questions myself. I think we talked sufficiently about the countdown. Worked for me, didn't work for my dad, but for all of us, maybe it should have had a twist. Was there anything that didn't make sense? Doesn't really apply? How does the ending come across? Oh yeah, I did answer that. It was fantastic. The ending came across fantabulously. Alright. Oh, Massa says, I've been very absent these past 2 weeks. It's been a busy time. News, Ducky and Gate got married. Congratulations to Ducky and Gate. Johansson and Eggsy came for the wedding, so we hung out with them a lot. Unfortunately, it left little time for writing. Enjoy the stream. I should return to the group next week. Well, thank you very much for the update, and love to hear the good news. Alrighty, I want it, since nobody's grabbing it, let me quick grab power lines before I completely forget about it. Okay. Yeah, it does say bonus track on it, doesn't it? Well, okay. Diddle-a-doo. Alright. Okie dokie. Let us go on. Oh, no, this is the right place. I'm in the right place. Alright. A safer bet there never was. Cal, by Deathshead 419. 350 words. Misting rain peppered the tourney grounds as Califrac walked along the row of tents with his winnings, with his grandson Dorgu and washerwoman Nail trailing behind him. Pulsing pain from the beating his aged body had taken lingered in Califrac's flesh, while his mind still buzzed gently from the laudanum. And yet he was happy, happier than he'd been in many moons. A quarter of my debt with that snake Philibor paid, and enough for a week's room and board besides. And a healer, Nail added. Those pulled muscles will need to be looked at. I'll be fine, Califrac said dismissively, pain shooting up his arm as he waved her off. You did great, Grandpa, Dorgu said. But Nail's right. Maybe, Califrac said, trailing off as the clatter of dice caught his attention. He stopped, seeing a dozen men gambling inside a tent. Nail put her hand on his shoulder. Cal, don't risk our winnings so frivolously. We would not have our winnings if I hadn't borrowed coin and bet on myself. But that was desperation, born of debt. If I win here, I could pay the whole thing. Califrac took 6 coins from the purse and passed the rest to her. There, 2/3 safe with you. Nail frowned, but nodded, moving off with Dorgu as Califrac entered the tent. He sat down with 3 poker players and laid his coins down. No one spoke as the cards were dealt and wagers placed. An old thrill filling Califrac as 2 lovely queens took residence in his hand. To his annoyance, another man had a flush, taking half of his betting coins. He stroked his mustache, having 3 8s in the second hand. If I wagered against the coins Nail has, I could win everything back. Califrac recalled a young knight who would have taken that bet. His back cracked, reminding him that he was no longer that knight. He bet only 3, the man with a full house wiping out. After staring a while at the unfair cards, he rose and waddled off, stiff with pain and empty-handed. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I think that's one of the only times the ad warning has come up during the story. Well, I guess it's not time yet. And I'm sorry I messed up on that one a bit. Apparently I'm getting tired. But hopefully it overall still sounded good. Alright, Ed. I don't want to start talking about the story yet. Did I thank you for your cheer, Ghoulish? If I didn't, thank you. Are they playing Texas Hold'em? I don't know enough about poker to know, but I'm sure Devset can answer. Come on, ad, so I can show the kitties. I woke Bo up by doing that. I guess I can start to show him. You guys did see that, right? It did say there was an ad incoming. Oh yeah, I shut his eyes again. But when I was doing the clapping thing, his eyes opened. Oh, you just missed it. Okay. Alright. So it'll probably come back in like 5 minutes. Okay. Alrighty, Palmothemus. Just listen to Paralyze. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm sure that the only reason I thought of it is just because there's like a little... I don't know if it's exactly a countdown because it's kind of hard to hear what they're saying. But it has the vibe of a countdown, at least, at the very beginning. And then I can imagine the violin part that it goes into being her kind of like dancing with the demons. But yeah, there is a countdown-ish thing. Gotcha. But I really like this story. It's always fun to hear you guys like throw out ideas at the end of the stream when we're talking about the story, and then you got them actually coming to fruition and how similar or different to how I thought they were gonna go. I really like this. I'm very happy that Cal backed off and that he didn't take more coins from Nail. Also, I realized I don't know if I asked this the first time I read about these characters or if I've just never asked. How is her name pronounced? And if I'm pronouncing any of the other names wrong, how do you pronounce them? Because I have now heard Nail, Nal, Nale. I don't know which one's correct. But anyways, I liked how you did this. I'm glad that Cal held back and learned from his mistakes and stuff like that. I think you do a great job of setting up the setting. I can imagine the mist over the tents and how achy he feels. And then I really like like, hey, you need a massage, buddy. And he's like, I'm fine. Oh, my back. That feels very Califrac. I like that. I really like how it's the sound of the dice that catches his attention. It's not just him, like, seeing some people gambling in the corner, but the sound of it. It's like the sweet music of temptation past his ear. I think that's great. And then this one might just be a me issue because everyone I've talked to has not had this issue. So I know that there was a jousting story. I have not yet read it. Feel free to send it to me. It can be kind of bad, like, if people send me stuff to read during the stream, I can forget to do that. But I do want to read that story. But anyways, so, ad incoming. So I haven't read the jousting story, but I know its existence. And I think this might just be a me problem because I actually had not heard the word tourney before, but everyone else that I talked to was like, it's a tournament, Kaylee. Which makes complete sense. So I think this might just be a me issue. But because I didn't know what a tourney was, then I didn't know what this sentence meant. I was like, okay, like, did he gamble before? Did he enter a tournament and bet on himself? So that was an option in my mind. Is he just saying that as a knight, he's betting on himself, that he's going out there and borrowing coin to even be a knight in the first place, and then he's betting on himself. So I didn't really know what the sentence meant. And then when I was reminded there was a jousting story, then I was like, okay, that makes sense, that he borrowed money, bet on himself in the tournament, and then won. So that makes a lot of sense. So I'm curious if any of you guys had confusion about that line, or if all of you were like, totally got it. Not really that big a deal. One of the only critiques I have for the piece. I like the back and forth of I mean, Nail and Califrac always have good back and forth. They all always have good back and forth. But I like that, like, don't risk the winnings. Well, we wouldn't have our winnings without risk. Well, that was done out of desperation. It was done out of debt. I like that a lot. And then, like, that is the temptation of gambling, right? That it's like, I've got a bunch of money, but instead of it being like, all right, I am satisfied with what I have, I will invest it. Okay, there's the ad. There is the ad. Alright.
Okay, kitty bow. Would you like to be petted? Would you like to be petted? Kitty bow.
Oh, he's purring. I don't know if that I can get the mic all the way down here.
Could I do it? Could I do it?
It's all tangled up.
Hey, I can.
Can you hear him purring?
Oh, hey, Richie. Oh, baby.
Man, look at chat so far now. Interview with the Bobo, he is. Question, do I sound really far away when I'm on the side/back of the mic? No, a little. Can you hear him purring? No, a little somewhat. Aw, I love your purrs. Very possum.
You're just a sweetheart.
Alright, is everybody back?
Okay, Bo, I'm sorry. I must leave you.
Okay, so let me I never left. Let me test something. So, front, side, back, other side, front again. So does any of that sound different? I mean, I might be too close, but I remember on a one of my TTRPG sessions, the mic was right next to me, but it was backwards, and they were like, "Why are you so far away?" Well, I'm sure the front sounds best. I'm just asking. I'm asking if it sounds drastically different. Of course.
Of course, petting him woke him up, made him want out.
Holy Clearly I heard you in only one ear when I did the side. And so you only hear me from one ear like this. Or like this. Yep, wow. No wonder this works as an ASMR mic, if that's true. It is noticeable, but you don't sound distant. Front sounds like you're in my ear. Back sounds like we're just sitting in a room together. Wait, so does it like sound like I'm actually behind you? Now I kind of want to try it with whispering. Yep. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? We are going to be eating some cheese. Oh, that's the worst time. Hello, second third's Lotus. Welcome. Alright. Hi. Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that border. That's pretty. Okie dokie. Okay, going back to the story. The writing is awesome. I am reading and critiquing submissions from the community. We have a prompt every week, and we write 350-word microfiction for it, and here I am reading and critiquing those stories. 2/3 Lotus indeed. Alrighty. Okay. Where I was. Oh yeah, I like their back and forth. Again, this is nitpicky, but I don't have much else to critique but nitpicky things. Thank you for posting that, Death said. So as I read the sentence, I go, Califrac took 6 coins, and I'm like, okay, like good. He took very little of the winnings from the person past the rest of her. There, 2/3 safe with you. And I'm like, 6 coins is 1/3 of an amount that allows you to pay off 1/3 of your debt and get room and board for a week and get a masseuse to come to your room. That's a lot of money. And so it's not too big a deal, but I do feel like saying 6 gold coins would convey a bit better. Like, oh, it isn't just like I grabbed some coins. It's like I grabbed 6 coins is a lot, you know? And then that would also help solidify, like, hey, he is not losing how we might think of 6 coins. He is losing, like, potentially thousands of dollars here. Let's see. But I do really like that he does this. I do really like that he's like, hey, I'm gonna do this, but you get to have 2/3. So, like, more is with you, but I'm also still gonna go gamble it. I think that's great and well written. And then I really like 2 lovely queens took residence in his hand. I love that personification. That's fantastic. I like that you used poker. I think that's a great idea. Even though I'm not super familiar with poker, I was able to understand enough to know, like, okay, like, flush is better than 2 queens. And I feel like that's probably true of lots of people. Because you could have used, like, a fantasy game that you made up, but then you'd have to waste words explaining the rules. Or you would just be like, I got 2 flurblers. And we're like, are flurblers good? You know? So I think using poker is a great strategy. And that is a great example of, I often talk about how when you're writing for a larger universe, then you have to think about the context and whether or not you have too much context or too little context. And this is a great way to, even if you want to, like in the actual book, use a more fantasy game and explain the rules, for these short stories, this is a great way to go straight to, all right, readers, here's something you can understand that I don't need to explain. So I think that is great. And then I like him stroking his mustache. That's a great image. And then I like how it totally makes sense. It's that we're all like, no, don't do it, Cal. But it totally makes sense, his thought process, you know. And again, this is the allure, the addiction of gambling, where it's like, okay, well, I lost it all, but if I bet the rest, then I can get it back and then some. Which I think is great. I really like the juxtaposition between him as a young knight and him as an older knight, and showing how, even though he did give into temptation, at least momentarily, and did lose some money, he still learned from his mistakes and was able to walk away. I like that a lot. And I kind of like the, like, unfair cards thing. And it makes you think of, as I said, I haven't really ever played poker. Am I correct that it literally is just the luck of the draw? That it's like, oh yeah, if you get dealt some good cards, you're good. And if you don't, you don't. And so you're literally basing your money, your gambling, just based on if the cards will be nice to you that night. But I like that, the description of the unfair cards, that there is almost still an element of like, the world isn't fair, you know, kind of thing, that he still has that in him, that it's not just, maybe you shouldn't have gambled, there's still the, darn it, the cards weren't fair. And I like the waddled off, stiff with pain and empty-handed. That's a great description. I like that a lot. So, as I said, like, this is a super solid story. I like it a lot. There's really, like, little to nothing to critique. The only real critique that I have, and this isn't a critique of the story, as I said, like, this story as itself works perfectly and is well written and engaging, and I like it for a part of Califrac's journey. But I think the only real decent critique I have for it is that I feel like I guess I'd phrase it that it's a little weak with the prompt. And I feel like there are 3 ways that you could have done this that would have exemplified the prompt a little bit better. So number 1 is that you could have had it that he's tempted but never does it. Because part of the prompt is darkness is coming. And so, as is, well, he just sits down and he does it. And so it doesn't really read as something's coming. It reads more as like, well, you did it. You know, you gave in to the temptation, you gave in to the darkness. And I understand that you might have been going for more of like, the darkness is like losing all the money, and he does resist that, which is true. But I do think that having him have to resist the temptation to gamble at all, I think might better convey that idea of darkness is coming. The second option is that you could indeed have him go to Nail and have Nail be like, buddy, I need to sit you down. You are the darkness. You know, not that phrasing exactly, of course, but that she does a little mini intervention or something and is like, you need to stop, like, it's gonna get worse. And she kind of did that earlier where she's like, hey, you know, don't risk our winnings. But going more of like, you are the issue. Like, you know, you have a problem, Califrac. I do think that would have also better conveyed that idea of you are the darkness, kind of thing. And then the third thing that you could have done is indeed have him lose all the money. That have him get the money from her and have him lose it all. And it would be like, oh, that's the darkness that was coming and it's all my fault. Like I said, that doesn't mean that this story is bad. In a lot of ways, I like this story more than any of the options I just suggested. But it does feel like this one is much looser with the prompt than a lot of the other stories this week, because it seems like he kind of gives into the darkness really easily, more so than the darkness being coming. Though, like I said, I'm guessing you were probably going more for the darkness is losing it all, and he doesn't. So I guess maybe in that case, like, well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe in that case focusing more on that, but you did do a pretty good job of being like, okay, 2/3 with you, I want to do it, kind of thing. And you guys can feel free to disagree. Like, you could say in the chat, no, I think it was great for the prompt, or I agree with you, I think the other ideas would have fit it better. But I think this is a great story, great atmosphere. Great arc and great part of Califrac's journey. Let's see what folks have been saying. Are they feline good? That's great. I can't actually hear Bo though. Aw, darn it. You have an omnidirectional option if that's the same microphone I use. Yeah, I have 4 settings. I don't remember what they all are. They have little... The one I'm on, I mean, I guess I can do them all. Sure, why not? Okay, so I already tested this. Well, I'll test again so they're all in quick succession, so... Now... Here's setting 2, that is a circle. The first setting was 2 circles overlapping. This is 1 circle. Front, side, back, other side. Here's option 3 that looks like a little ghost. Little Pac-Man ghost. Front, side, back, other side. And here's option 4, which also looks like 2 circles but different. They're fatter circles. It's more of it's a fat infinity sign. The other one's like a Venn diagram. This one's a fat infinity sign. All right. Front, side, back, other side. I recall I tested this before, and you guys overwhelmingly liked this one, the one I picked. I'm back to normal again. Is that the consensus once again? I don't want to lose my place, so I'm gonna go over the comments on the story, and then I'll hear what you guys had to say. Hello, newcomers! Welcome to Cheese ASMR! Incredible. I do that kind of thing with poems on my stream. Super cool. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, feel free to if you join the Discord, you can like put yourself in the promotion channel or your writing in the writing channels. This is also why I just have characters play chess, checkers, or Go when they sit down for a board game. Yeah, really good point, for sure. Well, there's skill in bluffing, and I think you can trade in some cards, at least in some versions. Gotcha. So it is the luck of the cards, but the human element is you bluffing. Gotcha. It's more skill in lying or discerning lies. Gotcha. My ears perk up every time I hear 2/3. Nice. Oh yeah, 2/3 Lotus, yeah. It sounded like I broke my mic when I was trying to go around. I wouldn't have them lose all the money because that would be like hitting a reset button. Yeah, very fair. It sounded the same all the time. Gotcha. And that's one of your more hated cliches. Gotcha. Going reset to the beginning. Gotcha. That one, back and front sounded the same. Sides are quieter. Oh no, stream is stuttering. I see it's red. Oh crap. Hello, Eddie. The one that was a circle was probably omnidirectional. I think the one you're using is a cardioid pattern, which is generally the best one for streaming and online content. Okay, it's green again. Mako and Lag Goblins. Amazing. So you have carotenoid, it looks like a heart, omnidirectional, big circle, uncertain, and polar front and back. Well, here, can I show it to you guys? I don't know if any of them look like a heart, unless you're talking about the ghost and it's the upside down heart. Okay, so we have the one, on the camera, it just looks like a bit of light. Okay, so we have the one I'm on, which is 2 circles and a Venn diagram. And this one, which is just 1 circle. And then we have this one that's the ghost. And then we have this one that is the infinity that's fatter. Yeah, you can see any of it. Hello, Galler. You're just in time. Alright. But yes. I think this is a great story. I think you did a great job. Let's see. Oh, did I look at the okay, no discussion of the story over there. Gotcha. Okie dokie. Going on to Galler's story. The Moon and the Darkness by Galler. 258 words. Ronald looked at the sky as it darkened. It would have been normal if it wasn't for the odd amorphous dark lady sitting on the roof of his house, who was looking at the firmament expectantly. He asked some of the people who stopped by to look. No one had an answer, and she certainly was a creature he hadn't met before. So Ronald decided to talk to her. "So, lady, what are you doing here?" Ronald asked. "Waiting." She didn't even pay him any mind as she answered. "For whom?" "The lunatic," she responded as she pointed at the moon. "What?" Ronald didn't get it. "It's a date," the darkness replied. "Ah," Ronald said until he processed the last sentence. "Hold on, what?" Before he could say more, a beam of light descended from the moon, and a radiant feminine figure walked out. "Ah, darkness, sorry for the wait," the moon woman said. "Also, why didn't you explain anything?" "Do I look like I'm good at doing that?" Darkness replied. "Oh, yeah, right," Moon stated. They explained who they were. Darkness was the one that brought night every evening, and she one day met the moon 3 million years before. Only recently did they start dating each other. That was mostly because Darkness was shy. They chose this random town as a dating spot, not because of future vision, but because Moon got the longest straw. Overall, it was one of the weirdest days, the quaint and quiet little town of Shade Valley. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. And sorry again for the mess-ups. Ah, cardioid, I see. Looks vaguely heart-like. Yeah, I think it's the ghost. I think it's the little ghost. Alrighty, if you had any questions about this story, Galler, don't hesitate to say them. I thought the story was super cute. I really liked it. Really wonderful. You guys were unintentionally awesome for me this stream, because I was very much something's wrong. Hello? What do I sound like? Because I'm still on the 2 circles that I usually am on. What do I sound like? I guess I'll keep talking while you're answering. I guess I can listen to myself. I can. Oh, I was a bit quiet for the story. Okay. Yeah, it was probably just me literally being quiet for some of the dialogue. I should have leaned into the mic. Everything sounded fine to Norman. All right. Maybe Norman has his volume up more than Ghoulish. Anyway, I thought the story was really cute. Oh yeah, I was saying that I really appreciated, I was thinking, I never know what to expect with you, so I suppose it's one of those situations where, In the writing group, always expect what you don't expect. Because with a prompt like darkness is coming, it's me. I was like, alright, buckle in for some real dark and spooky stories, especially October time. And everyone was like, do you want cute stories? Because we got cute stories. And now, like, after the stress I felt the last few days, I'm like, I would like cute stories, actually. And so I love, everything sounds fine. You sound fine. You sound fine. Spinny Wheel of Doom. Yeah, it's red. Okay. It's red. Twitch hasn't been kind to us. Well, at least it's not as bad as it was the other stream. I will take a couple little hiccups over what happened last time any day. Oh no, it did crash. Maybe it's staying corrected. Okay, it's yellow. Oh, it's green. Okay. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Okay. Hopefully that means you're okay. So I don't know if you heard my story, what I was saying about how I was expecting dark stories, but I got a lot of cute stories, and cute stories are exactly what I needed this weekend, and so I really appreciated it. Yeah, we saved cute stories for Halloween and the horror stories for Valentine's. Oh no, it's red again. Am I gone? Am I here? Am I there? Am I anywhere? Mako, everything's been fine for me for once. Norman says, I feel like a lot of us gravitate towards the challenge of doing the unexpected. Doing a cute darkness story just has a certain appeal. Very fair. Very fair. Palmothemus, I will, in all my power, make a very scary Valentine's story. Amazing. Give us a light prompt, we will horrify you. Give us a dark prompt and we will make it cute. It's just the way of the writing group. Incredible. Okay, it's green again. Alrighty, Roo. So this is one of those stories where I absolutely adore the overall story, the vibes, the idea, though I do think I do have quite a few critiques for the nitty-gritty of this story. So let's just get into it. So this one isn't as big of a critique for me. So he asked some of the people who stopped by to look. No one had an answer, and she certainly was a creature he hadn't met before. Did seem a little bit odd because it is his house, and so it feels like, if anything, the people who are just on the sidewalk being like, there is an amorphous dark lady on that guy's house. If you saw the owner of the house, you'd be like, hey, why is there an amorphous dark lady on your roof? As opposed to him being like, stranger, why is there an amorphous dark lady on my roof? But it's not too big of a deal, because like at the same time I could see him walking out and the neighbors are all out there looking, and he's like, hey, you know what that is? You know what landed on my house? Uh-oh, it's lagging again. I think it's varying for everybody because it's going from red to green and red to green over and over again. Okay, it's green again. And then there is, again, this one isn't that big of a critique for me, but there is red again. Okay, like how bad is it? So like it's red. Can you hear me? Am I completely choppy? Can you not hear me at all? Like say cloud if you can hear me. And now it's green again. And now the test won't work very well. Oh yeah, so I was talking about red again. Okay. I guess I'll wait to hear clouds. Not lagging, but it did jump forward anti-lag. You hear me now? No lagging. Alright. It's green. I'll try. Cloud. Okay, so you are lagged a bit. It's totally fine. It's fine. It's totally fine now. Cloud. I think maybe we're experiencing you're experiencing the last green. The last green one. Mm-hmm. Did it cut out entirely for a second? Okay, it's been fine apart from the odd stutter and frame rate drop. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go through Galler's story and stop worrying about it. I hope it's okay. And then if I come to horror in the chat, we'll deal with that when we deal with that. Alright. Okay, so creature is a little bit odd to me because, like, a lady and a creature generally are very different things. And generally it could be kind of offensive to be like, there's a person. What kind of creature are you? It's like, well, I am a human being. Thank you very much. And so it's a little odd that he's like, this is a lady, but then calls her a creature. But not too much of an issue because, yeah, it is a strange, like, amorphous dark lady. And so, in one sense, maybe I can understand that. And then, she didn't even pay him any mind as she answered. So, saying she didn't even pay him any mind kind of says she wouldn't answer. That if you're saying... If you're like, this person didn't pay me any mind, it would mean they didn't look at you, didn't talk to you, didn't nothing. So it's a little odd to say that she does pay him enough mind to answer him, but then is like, she doesn't pay him any mind. So I guess maybe saying something like, she didn't look at him as she answered, or didn't pay attention to him as she answered. You know, well, maybe that one would have the same problem, but didn't look at him would work. And then the lunatic. So, on the one hand, I really like this. That's super cute. And I love the moon being referred to as a lunatic. As far as I know, the word lunatic came from the fact that it was thought that people would go mad because of the moon. They would go mad on full moons. And so calling the moon herself the lunatic is really cute. And I like that as kind of a pet name as they're dating, like, oh, such a lunatic kind of thing. Really cute. I like that a lot. However, the thing is that both Ronald and we as the readers are looking for answers. And the lunatic just kind of sounds like either a person who is genuinely a lunatic or a pet name that it's like, the lunatic, you know, kind of thing. And so neither of those things are clear on a first reading. This is the moon. And it's not too big of an issue, but what makes it more of an issue is that Ronald says, hold on, what? Because basically all she said is like, he's like, okay, what you doing? And she's like, I'm waiting. And he's like, oh, who are you waiting for? And she says the lunatic, which just sounds like, I'm waiting for a person. And then he's like, what do you mean? Like, the lunatic? That's an odd answer. And then she's like, it's a date. And her saying I'm on a date with a lunatic, even if you might question her choices, even if you might question why she is dating a lunatic if you don't recognize it's a pet name, it doesn't really warrant a "hold on, what?" answer. However, if you had her say the moon, then that would give us a better answer for both Ronald and the audience, and it would make the "hold on, what?" make a lot more sense. That it's like, what do you mean you're dating the moon? And would be kind of interesting, that idea of, what are you waiting for? The moon. And so we're kind of left to think, what do you mean waiting for? It's right there. Only to actually see her come down. And you could have Darkness refer to the moon as, the lunatic later on in the story. So I really like that pet name. I think that's really cute, but I think where it is in the story maybe doesn't work perfectly. I mean, it's kind of hard. It's a complicated situation because, I get the idea that her. Oh, I see what you're saying. Galler says, although the creature part identifies her as non-human, and then I thought Mako was just repeating what Galler said, but actually he was saying, I think being an amorphous black shadow identifies her as being non-human. Yes, that one I will agree with. The odd amorphous dark lady does convey to me, okay, this is not a normal lady. And so then calling her a creature after that, then, I get what you're going for, but it also sounds a little bit odd. Uh-oh, spinning wheel of doom and frozen in spots. And then I really like this image of just a beam of light coming from the moon and this radiant feminine figure. That gives me a very clear picture. I like it a lot. So this part here, it's a little odd because, as far as I can tell, Moon, the person of Moon, wasn't listening. Because if she was, why wouldn't she have arrived earlier if she was listening? And so I would assume she's not listening. And so it seems a little odd for her to jump in and be like, well, why didn't you explain anything? When she doesn't know if Darkness has explained anything or not. Oh no. Oh crap. The lag is getting worse. Wasn't it a lot earlier, before? Wasn't it a lot earlier last week? Mm-hmm. This isn't good. This is not good. Okay, so Ghoulish says, I can understand. Norman says, it's just freezing up from time to time. I don't know exactly if that means you can understand or not. It seems to be sticking on red at this point. I guess I'll try to keep going and hope it goes okay. So the question here is just, how does she know that Darkness hasn't explained anything? And then, do I look like I'm good at doing that? Isn't too big of an issue, but it is an odd response. I think saying, I'm bad at that, would work better, because that would convey, oh yeah, they know each other, they've been in a relationship, and I'm bad at that. Do I look like I'm good at doing that? Kind of sounds more like they just met. And also, does anyone look good at that? Maybe somebody who looks really nerdy would look good at explaining things. But other than that, it feels weird to say, do I look like I'm good at explaining things? So I think just saying, I'm not good at that. Oh yeah, right. I think would work a bit better. And And then this here, I really like the ideas you have here, that darkness brings night every evening, that 3 million years ago, darkness and moon met, but darkness was too shy to ask her out. Super cute. Really love that. I do wish, though, that the thing is that this explanation here is kind of the climax of the piece, because the piece starts with Ronald being like, who is this lady? What the heck is going on? And we're slowly getting more and more answers as the story goes on. And these are the big answers that both Ronald and the audience are really wanting and looking for. And so just kind of summarizing them, then going, okay, they explained who they were, darkness brought night every evening, take some impact away from that climax. And so, especially because you did have around 100 words to spare, I think that explaining it in dialogue and having Moon be like, well, a long time ago, 3 million years ago, we met, and she could talk about like how they met and their cute antics and stuff like that. Like, you have a lot of words to work with to really tell a cute story of how they met and stuff. And so yeah, I think that telling it in actual dialogue would feel more climactic and satisfying than summarizing it very simply, if that makes sense. I'm also very curious if, like, this is their first date, darkness is too shy, this is the first date, or if they have been dating for millennia, because recently, when you're talking in terms of 3 million years, it could be a millennia, which is really fun. I really like that part of the story. And then I really like the idea behind this sentence here, that it's like, there wasn't any deep reason as to why we chose this place. Moon just got the longest straw. Really cute. Really like that. Though I do, oh no. Oh no. Though I do have some critiques for that part too, which is that, which is a couple things. One is that you don't usually choose a dating spot because of future vision. As I phrased it just a moment ago, you could choose it for some, like, deep reason. But you could choose it for some deep reason, but for, like, yes, we chose the spot of our date for the future isn't really something I hear people doing. So it seems a little odd to say not because of future vision, as if that's very common. And then, but because Moon got the longest straw, as I said, I really like that idea. Okay, I'll ask you. Just to say, I don't think so. Norman is saying it's cutting out a lot now. These are just annoying issues. I only have a little bit left. Let's see if we can get through it with the stuttering, and then we'll figure out a new plan at the break. Okay, so Moon getting the longest straw is really cute, but, does imply that there was intention in picking this place. So it says, like, they chose this random town already implies they chose it randomly. Doesn't have any meaning for them. It's random. But then saying that Moon chose it because Moon got the longest straw is saying there is a reason, that it wasn't random. And so the question that this sentence started with is, why did they choose this spot? And so it sounds like you're wanting the sentence to end with like, oh yeah, no reason really. Well, yeah, like no reason really. But because you say like Moon got the longest straw, which means that Moon chose it, actually still leaves me with the initial question the sentence brings up of why did they choose this spot? This is nitpicky, but it's night. It's not day. But I actually quite like this last bit. It is a bit like moral of the story-y, but I kind of like this one that it's like quaint and fairy tale-y, that it is a, you know, moon and darkness meeting for a date on the roof of some random guy's house. Really cute. I like that idea a lot. So yeah, there's a lot of little things that I have to critique, but overall I thought the story was super adorable. I love the idea. I love this use of the prompt, and it's really lifted my spirits. Oh boy. Of course, right as I finish up, now it's green again. Okay. So maybe the plan isn't necessary. I was gonna say that I would turn it off for the break and like give it a second to catch up, but I guess if it is green, should I just leave it for the break and call it good? Yep. Yeah, I think the lag is like 5 minutes behind. I mean, say Crystal, when you get here. Well, I guess if I'm leaving, then you might not even hear it. You couldn't hear. Oh, Crystal, right there. Okay, so you're caught up. Interesting. Aw, Galler says I couldn't hear the rest of this because of the lag. That's not good. Okay. Hang on. So much talk about the lag. That's true. The story is kind of the reverse of the prompt, that something is coming to darkness. Is there a whole section that got cut out? Like 5 minutes that got cut out when it came back? Yeah, the stream doesn't want to show when I'm talking about the stories, but the random parts are fine. Oh yeah, everybody's saying Crystal. So yeah, before I leave, did it cut out a whole chunk of my praise and critique? Also, do you have any midstream questions, or should I not do that today because of the lag? Oh, brother, here we go again. Oh, no.
Hi, kitty.
Green again. It was yellow and then it was green.
Kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty, boo.
Now I know you only hear me on the side when I'm over here. It's still green. Oh, now it's red. I guess maybe you can hear me. Do you think I should turn off the stream for the break, reset my Wi-Fi, and then restart when I return? Or do you think that would make it worse? Do you think Twitch would not like me doing that and would make it even worse when I return? It says, might be a good idea. I don't know. Let's get some more votes. Stay in green again. Reinkarnitor says, maybe a good idea, honestly. Palmothemus didn't even see her type it yet. Oh no. Red again. This is like dropping a dice. What do you mean? Are we gambling like Califrac? Alright, well. I think it is time to bring out these guys. Past the Rubicon. Jumanji girls, I don't know what that means. Little one! There's one of them smaller. That's funny. Shutting down for the break doesn't sound like a bad idea. Okay, I've gotten a sufficient amount of votes for yes. I guess I'll type this. Oh, Aerith! Aerith was gone for so long. Alright. Give that message a second to sink in. If you can hear me. We got 2 big leg goblins and then the little one. What are we naming them? What are our leg goblins named? Yeah, exactly. Very true.
Right, kitty? We don't know what the problem is. We don't know what's causing it. Yeah. Kitty. Oh, kitty.
Alright, I will see you all in a little bit. Goodbye for now. Oh, hello. It's looking green. Numbers are still moving. Oh, right. It's gonna throw an ad at us.
Kitty. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, cute kitty.
I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could see her licking my hand. Ad. All right. Laggy buggy and oh no. Did you mean oh no, or laggy buggy and oh no? Oh no. Laggy buggy and a little choppy. Oh, incredible. I'm back, but Ad, yes. Kitty. Why are we talking about pork in the not so private chat? Is Eddie is Eddie causing havoc again? Yeah, not gonna worry about the midstream question. Apple or pie? Explain your answer. Yeah, there is the ad incoming. Don't snooze it because it's just gonna come back in 5 minutes, so we might as well just deal with it now.
Right, kitty? We might as well just deal with it now.
I think my answer to apples or pie is apples, because you can use apples to make many things. Apple pie, apple cider, apple cookies. Yes, my mom made apple cookies recently, and they were amazing. Apple juice. But with pie, like there are many pies, but all you're making with a pie is a pie. It is not as versatile. And there are many times when you might want some apple, just some apple slices. But I feel like there are less times when you might want pie, or at least maybe that's just me. And also, aren't the apple seeds like poisonous? You can destroy your enemies with the apples. Oops, what are you doing? Ad is coming. Stop. Stop. Okay. Apple cookies? That's interesting. I'll have to, I don't know, like, put a picture of them in the chat or something. I don't have a picture with me right now, but later. Yes, they are delicious.
Kitty. Kitty bitty. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, just snuggle. That's just snuggle, kitty. Okay.
Alright, where was the story? Where was the story we were working on? Where's me? Where's the orange? Hands clap mightily, causing I think it was to you. I think I said Yeah, 'cause the stream restarted.
Oh, purr? Is the little kitty purring?
Oh, you're so cute. Oh, Blink.
Oh, Blink.
What a cutie.
What a cutie. You're precious. You look so grumpy, but you're very sweet.
Add combo? What do you mean add combo? Oh yeah, I guess I can... Oh, maybe not. I was gonna say turn it to only the camera. Oh, another ad. Ad combo.
Okay.
Oh, her little foot was... Oh, I guess it's the other one. The little foot was thumping.
Oh, it's a baby.
Oh yeah, the corn gets stuck in my teeth too.
Oh, yeah.
Are we back? Are we back? So I didn't see any answers before. Did a whole section of my praise and critique of Galler's story get cut? Or, or not? Also, I guess while I'm waiting for your answers, I want to test something. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's the problem. So with the nope. Well, I guess it is that one. No, it's this one. This is the screen that I started using for Dracula, and I was like, well, why can't I do that for the writing group? And the reason I can't, well, I guess maybe I could, but the reason I can't is because A, me and the chat cover up the comments, and B, if I turn on the writing group chat, well, that's even then it would cover up even more. So yeah, I guess I do need to stick to the setup with the little creatures at the bottom. I think we're okay. We're just gonna have to check the VOD. Gotcha.
Hi, baby. I was just holding you. Why are you meowing at me? You got off. Okay.
It's now time for Palmothemus' story. Also, I've always called you Palmothemus, but is your name pronounced differently? Is it more Palmothemus? Yeah, Palmothemus. More focus on the moth instead of Palmothemus.
Hi. Oh, where are you going?
Vid. You're silly. Mm-hmm.
Here, come here. Oh, Ribbit. I know that you want to sit on the desk. I can't reach you. I know. There you go. Okay.
For the pharaoh name. Sumatomlap. Is that the backwards of their name? Amazing. Alright, well, I'll read the story and you can answer while I'm reading. And if, I think Palmothemus is here, right? If he's not, oh yeah, I saw him. He's bright green. Alright. Born from cruel destinies, Palmothemus, 339 words. I'm afraid love eludes me. Never could I see myself speaking with an earthling. I remember listening to stories of their kind and legends, and never could I convince myself I'd see one, let alone a child. Yet, after crashing into this damp grotto, I failed to find a solution to getting home for many years. Within these years, I grew familiar with the underground pools of water and the hanging lichen I walk by. I've grown accustomed to this new home. I lost the desire to return to my own world. No one would mind me living in this inhabitable darkness. The sound of a frightened creature was a rather unexpected noise to hear in such a lifeless cavern. Confounded, I searched for this shrill voice and identified it to be an earthling child sitting with his head hiding behind his legs. He screamed and hid behind a stalactite with tears in his eyes when he noticed my otherworldly pale complexion and towering height. I left him alone, not wanting to hurt him, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he eventually confronted me. Our introductions quickly became a discussion on how much he loves and misses his parents. He almost began to cry, but I asked if he could explain this concept of love. The boy gave me a confused look, but then reasoned that I don't remember because I've been alone for years. After many attempts to explain this concept, I failed to comprehend and understand love. He then asked if showing me an example would help. I consented, but wasn't prepared when the child pressed himself into my chest while his arms embraced my body. "Does this work?" he asked. I softly moved my hand onto his little head and shed a tear. I did not feel the warmth he described to me when someone expresses their love. My emotions spiraled into a deep depression, encouraging more tears to drip onto the child's head. "No," I sighed in a deep voice. I guess that should have been more like, no. I sighed in a deep voice. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. I certainly do. I think this story was great. This has got to be one of my favorites from you, Palmothemus. I don't know, it's just... it's so simple, but such a powerful idea, and such cute and interesting characters. Like, I would be so happy to read more about these characters and read about their whole journey of the little boy taking the alien out of the grotto and, like, showing him the world. That would be so much fun. So I really like it a lot. So just getting into it. I'm surprised at how well, because you have, like, I'm afraid love eludes me is something that is being said later. And then you have, like, I couldn't see myself speaking with an earthling. Again, what's happening later. But first we're explaining, here's how I got here, here's what I've been doing, and stuff like that. And I'm surprised how well it works. Like, it works really well for me. All of that. Just, you know, the progression and having the beginning be at the end. I'm not super confused by it. It works. And very interesting, the idea of Earth being a legend to an alien race. I'm very curious to know more about that.
Hi.
And also curious why a child would be, like, more rare in their eyes. So I feel like grotto is maybe not the right word, because grotto to me kind of implies that it's open to the sky. It could either be, like, I was actually going to do this before, but I want to look up grotto. Yeah, this is kind of what I was imagining. Oh, it's all small. Oh gosh. It needs to load again. But yeah, so, like, this kind of thing where it's like there's an openness to the sky, sort of thing. Like, that's kind of true on all of them. This is very much the kind of thing I was imagining. I guess this one's a little more what you were looking for. Yeah, this also is kind of what I was imagining. So as far as I know, grottos tend to be open to the sky. And so if you are trying to conjure the image of darkness, you know, as per the prompt, grotto I don't think is quite the word you're looking for. I think just saying cave would work better. But of course, then I'd have a different question of, okay, how would you crash into the cave if it's not open to the sky? And if you did crash into the cave, didn't you make it open to the sky? So yeah, and then I also, while I'm talking about it, did you mean uninhabitable? Because inhabitable means it can be habited, it can be lived in, and uninhabitable means it cannot be lived in. Anyway, so I like the image, but I just don't know that it was what you were going for. I do like the images though of the pools of water and the hanging lichen and stuff like that. It sounds very pretty. Kind of interesting that they chose to stay, that they lost the desire to return, because I'd feel like being stuck in a cave would only inflame my desire to go home. And so that's really curious, and it makes me wonder what their world is like, and if it's so much more inhospitable than if just a little cave grotto thing in our world is preferable. And then finding the kid, I like that that it's like didn't expect to hear him scream. That's great. I think there are a couple of awkward things in how you describe this. The biggest one being hiding behind his legs. I'm guessing you probably mean. Oh, you can't see me. I guess you probably mean like this, like hiding behind his knees, kind of thing. But I can't even do it. I'm not a contortionist, but it reads more like, putting legs behind. That it reads more like he's a contortionist that like could bend his head backwards to go behind his legs or to pull his legs up around his head rather than like hiding behind his knees. And the fact that he's able to scream and hide immediately kind of implies he's not sitting down, implies he's standing as well, which also makes this image extra awkward. I also realized that, and granted, I only realized it on this reading, which means it's not that big a deal. But stalagmites are the ones on the bottom because they might reach the ceiling. And stalactites are the ones on the top holding tight to the ceiling. And so that has to either be a really big stalactite that goes all the way like down to the ground, or a spidery child. A spidery child that can climb up to the ceiling if it's a stalactite that he's hiding behind. But that, like I said, I didn't even catch it, so not a huge deal. I mean, I did catch it, but I didn't even catch it for like the first 3 reads. And then this here, I did like this. It did conjure a particular image to me. However, at the same time, there's also an element of humans, earthlings, can be described as very pale and having a towering height. So I feel like either just saying, he screamed and hid when he noticed me would work better, and we can leave it up to interpretation what he looks like. Or you could go more into the description and describe more alien features than the pale skin and towering height. Palmothemus, I was so confident Stalactite was correct. That's fair. I mean, I can double check my work and make sure that I'm right about this, but I just said the little thing that helps me remember. Yeah, stalactite, a deposit usually of calcium carbonate shaped like an icicle hanging from the roof of a cave or the like, and formed by the dripping of percolating calcareous water. So it is the ones from the ceiling. Yep. T points down, M points up. Oh, interesting. Also, welcome, Rye Toasty. But yeah, so that little, I don't know, limerick or whatever that I said is how I remember that stalactites hold tight to the ceiling and stalagmites might reach the ceiling. Mako, I was imagining Slender Man butt naked. It's kind of hard to describe how I was imagining it, but I was imagining like a super thin, like whitish yellow skinned man with arms that are too long and hands that are kind of webbed like a frog hands and stuff like that. So it's just like he's too long and lanky and too white, that kind of thing. I'll be real, I didn't know stalagmite was a word. Amazing. Interesting. Funnily enough, the etymology is confusing as hell because the two root words stalagmos and stalactos are basically synonymous. Interesting. Naked Slenderman seems more funny than regular Slenderman. I feel like regular Slenderman isn't funny. He's pretty scary. So yeah. And he says, I went caving with my mom as a kid when she taught geography, so this is stuck forever in my brain. Very fair. Anyways, what happened there? Why did I add a W? All right. And then I like this idea of like at first he's scared, but then he's like, okay, but I'm super curious though, and goes to look anyways. Though I will say that it does feel like that happens a little fast, so I would like a little more of a transition, something to show time passed. Because it kind of reads like he's screaming and then 1 second later turning around and saying hi and hugging him. So I think that a little bit of a transition, something that shows the passage of time would help. But I do like that idea because that does feel very kiddish, that a kid would be like, scary monster. Oh, but I'm interested though. But I'm curious. It's the non-sexy unless. It's the scary monster unless. But with kids, it's just like, it's a scary monster or it's a friend. Unless friendship. And then I really like the talk about the parents that totally feels like something a kid would do too, that it's just like, yeah, meet an alien, first thing you talk about is how much you miss your parents. Very, very, very kid-like. I do feel like it would make a little more sense if he was already crying while talking about that, but nitpicky. And then I really like that idea of like, he's saying he loves and misses his parents, and then the alien's like, what is this love that you speak of? And they start talking about that. That's great. Really like that. Really like the kid hugging him and being like, does that work? And the alien not understanding. I think that's great. And so my biggest critique for the piece is that it feels odd to me that the alien is able to experience, first of all, emotions. Second of all, crying. Third and most importantly, depression. Because that feels, if a creature, a race, is not capable of experiencing love, it feels weird that they could experience sadness, crying, depression. It could be a situation of like they only experience negative emotions, nothing positive, and like that's all I was like practicing last night. That's like, oh man, they got the short end of the straw of the universe, that they can only experience the negative emotions. But I thought about it more this morning and I realized, could you be able to experience negative emotions without positive emotions? Because even him feeling this way means he's feeling loss, that it's like, I don't know what this is, but I want to experience. There's desire there, there's loss there. And could you experience any loss if you don't know what you're losing? If you don't know the positive thing that you are not experiencing? And so it feels like they must be capable of experiencing positive emotions, because if they only experience negative emotions, wouldn't that just be life? They'd just be like, yeah, that depression, that's life, and it wouldn't even necessarily be a bad thing to their race, because that's all they know. They're just like, yep, fear, depression, like, I don't know what it is to be happy, so why would I want to be happy? Why would I want to feel love? This is how things should be. We should be depressed, that kind of thing. And so I expected the alien to be more apathetic, that it's kind of like, does this work? And then a very flat, like, no, just like, yeah, just not really any emotion about it, because it's like, if you don't know what this is, you've never experienced it, that you don't know what it is to experience it, and then you'd probably just be like apathetic about it. And kind of how I've been describing it, it kind of feels to me like if a race couldn't experience love, they probably couldn't experience any emotion, and so being apathetic would make more sense. And, like, I do think just crying would work better and, like, not talking about spiraling into a depression. But even that, I still would have critiqued for being like, okay, how's he able to feel sadness and crying if he can't feel love and joy and stuff like that? But nonetheless, like, even if I have questions and critiques about it, I do really like, you know, as I said, this idea of this alien who doesn't know what it is to love. And I do like, you know, the emotion of, I want to feel this and I'm sad that I can't. Like, even if I have critiques for the sadness itself, I do really like that idea of, I am so sad and devastated that I cannot feel this because it sounds so great. It sounds so cool. And I do really like, you know, how the beginning and the end bookend each other, that it eludes me and no, that's not enough, that kind of thing. I like that a lot. This one's a bit nitpicky, but so I did not feel the warmth he described to me. I get what you're going for there, that it's like he doesn't feel the spiritual warmth. He doesn't feel the love, the connection. But he is literally hugging him. And so it could be an alien thing that it's like this alien literally does not experience warmth. But it does feel a little odd for them to be actively hugging each other. There's an active, like, physical warmth there, and then to say, I did not feel the warmth, you know. But it does work better when you get to warmth he described. Okay, I feel warmth, but not the warmth he described. Could work. And what was it gonna say? I think using a different word than warmth might work better there, because there is physical warmth in the scene. But nonetheless, I like it. Yeah, I really like this idea of this alien who crash lands, and it's not so much about, like, I don't understand your language, or I don't understand your race, but more of, I've heard about you, but I do not understand your love, your emotions. I do not understand the positive, you know, aspects that you do. That's such a really interesting and beautiful idea that I like so much. And like I said, love these characters, would love to see them go on adventures together. The title is also very interesting to me, because I don't know exactly how you meant it, but it kind of reads like the cruel destiny of the alien is that he can't experience love. And the cruel destiny of the kid is potentially having not so great parents, or simply having this destiny to be separated from his parents. And that's really interesting.
Cat. Come here, cat.
Yeah, meow, the cat goes, yes. Okay. He is a contortionist. At that point, it's a pillar. True. A stalactite that goes to the floor would be a pillar. Yeah, the fetal position would work. The way you pronounce it is very similar to how I pronounce it. Okay, good. Okay. Grotto is a rather weird word now that I looked it up. It's basically a sea cave, but I don't think that's what I intended. Very fair. I mean, like, some of the images do sound correct. Like, the pools and the lichen sounds correct for a grotto, just not really the darkness. Yeah, grotto has a few definitions that kind of clash with one another, making it understandable to use the term for something different than what is usually thought of as a grotto casually. Fair enough. According to Bing DuckDuckGo, a small cave or cavern, an artificial structure or excavation made to resemble a cave or cavern, a natural covered opening in the earth, a cave, also an artificial recess, cave or cavern-like apartment. Those don't seem contradictory to me. That sounds like a natural cave or a man-made cave. C is for ceiling, G is for ground. Stalactite, ceiling, stalagmite. Interesting. Honestly, those descriptions are unfortunately or fortunately accurate. That's awesome. Is he like bald too? And does he have a face? Like if I remember correctly, Slender Man is like bald and has no face. Is that true of this guy? Yeah, caving as a child has to be an amazing experience or terrifying. Ghoulish. I hated that unless. Well, it's far less adventurous than it sounds. It was a cave in a nearby town where it's a main tourist attraction. I did get scared as if when they turned the lights off to illustrate what it'd be like for people who actually lived in the caves of the early days of humanity, though. Very fair. What I understand nowadays, they paved the floor of the cave in question since it's a tourist attraction and they wanted to avoid accidents, which is just why? Yeah, it's like if it's a tourist attraction, you paving it is ruining the attraction. Yeah, I remember going to the lava, I don't remember what they're called, but like the lava tunnels by Mount St. Helens, and they did that where they turn off all the lights, and oh, it's horrible. I hate that. I did think about when I was writing the piece that the emotions might have been a plot hole. I just didn't see it that way. Fair enough. I'm curious to hear more about how you saw it. How did you see the emotions? Why did it not feel like a plot hole to you? A deep sea anglerfish has no reason to be happy, but it doesn't know what the fluff else to be. Hank Green. That's incredible. There's always the question of would aliens have emotions? Yeah. What is your name? Is a name something you eat? Our name's Tasty. Is Tasty an emotion? That's great. Tentative species name. Hunger. Is Tasty an instrument? Thank you, says Palmothemus. To be honest, that's a good question. With something that only knows hunger and satiety, understand the concept of something being pleasant to the taste. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, now we can start talking about the many questions of how an alien species would read the Voyager Golden Disc. The title was intentional for the alien, but I didn't even think about the child. That's crazy that those two characters tie together with that title. That's awesome. Read the grotto definitions. I meant that they clashed in whether it was an open environment like those pictures you showed or not, though they agreed it was a cave-like structure. Gotcha. I think the head structure in my mind was different, but the height and thin complexion was correct, and pale skin. Gotcha. Imagining the golden disc getting eaten. And then the alien just plays it. They open their mouth and it plays for the other aliens. Hey, Blorbo, do the thing! Did we get any further bits needed for the last story? That is a question. Alright. Oh yes, this is a great story, Palmothemus. I greatly enjoyed it. I think my voice cracked there. This was a great story! Alright. I assume no means we didn't get any more. Gotcha. The monthly unlock power is still there. Shh, I'm waiting to see if people cheer first. Thank you for reviewing. You're welcome. I hope, like, that's one of those stories where it's like, I feel like I critiqued it a lot, but my main emotion toward that story was that I liked it a lot. So, hopefully I left you with that impression. Alien eats golden record scene from Lilo Stitch with the music playing from his mouth, and then Wolf posts the gif of that at the same time. Yes, that's exactly it. I like having this feedback so I can make sure not to make as many mistakes in the future. Plus, it's fun. Very fair. Very fair. Alright. Time for Reinkarnitor's story. When I came to visit Reinkarnitor, 338 words. In the beginning, there was light. It touched everything, and it was good. All the universe was filled with it. There were no dark corners, no shady alleys, nothing hiding under the bed or in the closet, and it was good. The light spread everywhere to the most outside part of the universe. Only there did it stop. Only there was darkness. Only there was me. Looking at the universe from outside was like looking at a light bulb, one of the way too bright ones that would blind you. And yet it enticed and fascinated me, because it was good. One day, I do not particularly recall which one, because to be honest, days were all there were, so it could technically still be called day one. Anyway, one day I decided to visit the universe, to take a look inside this giant light bulb. There were screams, there were cries, there was death, there was darkness, there was me. For the first time ever, I filled the void between stars. I filled the corners, the alleys, the space under people's beds or in the closets. At the time, I did not realize how much my little visit had changed the universe. A change that could never be undone. Before I knew it, I was unable to leave the universe. I was trapped. It became night for the very first time, and the end came to more life forms than anyone would ever be able to count. They never experienced darkness. They never experienced me, and so they died. But it wasn't the end. New forms of life emerged, ones that were able to withstand the cold of night and see in the dark. Life endured as it always had, and maybe it even got a lot tougher because of me. Maybe it wasn't so bad that I visited. Maybe I was meant to be there. In the beginning, there was light. It touched everything. But then I visited. Now light and darkness existed in balance. And you know what? It is good. Throughout those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Hang on just a second. Alright. Alrighty. I very much enjoyed this story. I really liked the perspective. I thought it was very cool and unique. I liked that idea of it's literally from the perspective of darkness itself entering the universe. I thought that was really cool. And I really liked the progression of there being light and darkness in the corners, and then darkness coming to the universe and getting trapped and all the things it caused. Like there's a great progression to the story. I really like it. I think it's really interesting the reversal of, that they're like, usually it's the darkness first, and then there's light. And so it's really interesting having it be that there's light first and then there's darkness. It really makes you think, and this is not a critique, but it just makes you think of how light works and why that is the case, that darkness is always first, that it's like if you don't have light, naturally all you have is darkness. And then like if you have a light source and then something that comes between, like right here is a shadow on my chest, because my hand is between the light source and me, and so that just simply causes darkness.
Kitty. Oh, kitty. Come here.
So it's really interesting to think about that. That is not a problem with the story, because the story is a fantasy story that's just exploring the reversal of what's common. But it's just interesting thoughts to me that come to mind. And it makes me think of, like, of course it makes me think of the Bible, like that's what you're trying to riff off of. But it also makes me think of the Silmarillion. In the Silmarillion, at first there's only night and the stars, and there's only the elves, and they're like, wow, the stars are so pretty. And then the sun and the moon are created, but the elves are like, but we still got a special place in our hearts for the stars, which I think is really cool. And so it makes me think of that too. I just see Norman. I hate it when people die in my mere presence. Incredible. And I do think that your riff on the Bible and like it was good is well done. I thought that was a cool structure for the story. I do like that idea of there are no dark corners, no shady alleys, nothing hiding under the bed or in the closet. It's cool because it's not only saying there's no darkness literally, it's also conjuring to mind like, oh, shady alleys with shady dealings and muggings and stuff, and things hiding under the bed or the closet, monsters and scary things. And so it kind of is implying like maybe there's not shady dealings, there's not monsters, stuff like that, which is really interesting. Also, I don't know if you intended this, but the fact that you mention alleys, beds, and closets means that the light-only civilization got far enough into civilization that they were able to make those three things. And so this is not a situation of like, the universe was just created.
Sorry, kitty. Oh, baby. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, baby. Are you okay? Oh, you okay, sweetheart? I'm so sorry. Oh, baby. She was trying to jump on the desk right next to me, and I put my hand out over here right as she jumped, which meant that she fell onto the ground and did not like how she fell. She seems okay, but I did not like that. Oh, baby. Anyways, so this is not a story where it's like, oh yes, there are some cavemen, and now, the darkness is coming in right away. Like they got to be the light-only civilization for quite a while. And then I really like the introduction of darkness, that it's like light is everywhere, spreads to every corner of the universe, and then at the very edge, there's darkness, and that already makes sense. And then there was me, even though we know the prompt, the there was me is still interesting and impactful, and I really like that progression. I also like the light bulb image. I can totally imagine that really well. This was a bit hard to decipher because it was WAYS space TO space right. And so with the mistakes on both way and to, it took me a bit to understand you meant way too bright. So I definitely watch out for that. But I do like the image. And then I really like that idea of it, like it enticed and fascinated me because it was good. Not just because it's light or because it's different, but that image of because it was good is really cool. The day thing, I have some mixed feelings about. On the one hand, I think it's cute and is fine. It's just like, oh yeah, like one day, I mean, it's all days. But at the same time, like, if it is all days, it kind of feels weird to bring it up in the first place. And so, I feel like just saying, like, I decided to visit, and just going to that would be a bit smoother. And then I like the cadence of there's screams, there are cries, there's death, there's darkness, there was me. That's great as well. I really like that image of filled the void between stars, and then going back to the earlier image of filled the corners, the alleys, the spaces under people's beds or closet. That's great. I really like that. And then I love the progression too, as like, oh, I just wanted to visit. I just wanted to see what was up. And then like the universe is already fundamentally changed because darkness entered, and can never be undone. And then not only is it like, okay, universe has changed forever, it's also that darkness themselves cannot leave. And so that I really like that progression. I think that's really cool. I'm wondering why just there being night would cause so many life forms to die. And granted, like, I don't know what it's like to live in a light-only civilization, and so maybe it would just be death to run into darkness. But just as I'm thinking about it now, like, if you think about, like, northern places where half the year is all day and half the year is all night, they don't die. You know, the people who are when it's all day, when night comes, they don't just keel over dead because darkness came. So that's definitely a question I had. And like, you know, they never experienced me, so they died. Like, again, I could see that working where it's like there's a light only civilization and just experiencing darkness alone kills them. But I need a little more than that. I need a little explanation, because as is, I'm like, why would that be enough for them to just keel over, you know? And then it is interesting, that idea of like, okay, like a lot died, but then new life emerged and it adapted and changed and became tougher, and like maybe I was meant to be here. Maybe there's good in that, and there's balance, which is really cool. I think my biggest question / critique for the story is the fact that it very much is implying, at least to me, that there was no death in this world before darkness came. There were screams, there were cries, there was death, there was darkness. Kind of reads to me as like, for the first time, there was death. And then, especially because it's talking about the end came to more life forms than anyone could ever be able to count. That sort of thing kind of is implying to me no one died before. And relating to what I said before about the shady alleys and the things in the closet. So there's a question of, is the fact that darkness brought death, does that make it not good? Like flat out, it is not good, because darkness bringing death outweighs any good it could have brought. I feel like that's a question, because the better question is, was there evil before darkness came? And if so, and like, well, was there evil before darkness came? Because it could be a situation of like, there was totally evil before darkness came. People got diseases and they just could never die. And so then when darkness came, aha, now these people can be put out of their misery. So there's good in death arriving to the world. But if it's a situation of like, everything was happy and great, there were no diseases, no broken legs, no evil, nobody ever hurt each other, and then I came and I caused all that, well then it is explicitly not good. The end, if that is the case, then the ending doesn't work for me, because it's like, if this was a world without evil or death, and you brought both, then no, it was not good. But there's another thing that's going on here, which is that maybe that is the case. Maybe there was no evil before darkness came, but darkness themselves is evil. And so to them, evil is good. They call evil things good. And so then the ending goes back to working because it's like this horrifying thing where the villain is seeing death and destruction and going, it is good. And in that case, it works. But I can't really tell which one you're going for. And if you're going for, no, it's genuinely good, I feel like there's some work to be done in that area of clarifying, like, that, clarifying the things I talked about, sort of thing. Let's see what folks have been saying. Oh, I saw Palmothemus says, also, I'm glad you like the story. Aw. Eddie, I like to imagine the stories of Reinkarnitor taking Nyx or chaos much more seriously than I ever would allow myself to. Amazing. I love the phrasing of allow myself to. It's like, no, I must be funny. I cannot allow myself to be serious. Still 800 bits away from Encore 3. Cheer now, forever hold your bits. Until next week. Amazing. Norman, I hate it when people die in my mere presence. Palmothemus, you killed me. Norman, not again. I hope that Palmothemus was just saying, you killed me. This is so funny, and didn't even realize what you're saying. Incredible. Totally sure that the title of this could be Let There Be Dark. Totally. I do like the title, though. I do like When I Came to Visit. Accurate. I like that. There's some pretty high civilizations there already. Gotcha. Ooga booga, no need fire. Good point. Yeah. So maybe an explanation why we don't see any high civilizations anymore and seem alone in the universe, because the darkness destroyed most of them. Interesting. I unga, therefore I bunga. There was death before darkness came. There was just way more, and all at once once the darkness came. Gotcha. Now, Matthias, I like this story. For some reason, hearing various creation myths are fascinating and entertaining. Indeed. Reinkarnitor says, it was mostly because they were not used to darkness. It was cold, they could not see. Imagine there's always light, no street lights, nothing, and suddenly it turned dark. From one moment to another, cars alone would send so many into the abyss because a light-only civilization has no headlights, for example. Gotcha. Okay, so it wasn't like darkness, keel over dead. It's more of like when it's dark in a civilization where there's always light, there are so many dangers they would not be prepared for. Gotcha. For some very strange reason, I hear about the darkness entering the universe, and I picture darkness bursting through the wall, shouting a Pee Wee Herman voice, I'm here, and everyone just falls down and dies. Incredible. Similar regions where they have lots of light near the equator. Yeah, that makes sense. They got jump scared to death. Interesting. So Eddie says, not gonna lie, this being a creation myth is also why I kind of prefer it without Reinkarnitor's explanations, though I get why he's explaining it. The ambiguity and open-endedness makes it sound more like a story explaining natural phenomena in some ancient religion. Gotcha. So you kind of like having those questions of, was there death before or not, and stuff like that. Indeed, myths can be messy, and to be fair, there are a lot of creation myths where you can be like, but why though? And it's like, I don't know. Like, there's a rabbit in the moon. What's not to get? We threw it there. Yeah, reading other creation myth logic kind of doesn't make sense in our time frame, but to them, that was how they explain their origin. Exactly. I don't remember what that's from. A quote of "Evil be thou my good." What is that? I like recognize that. What is that from? Yep, the Aztec creation myths are true. Exactly. That was what I was referencing with the bunny and the moon. Darkness sees death and destruction, sips latte, and says, "Yeah, it's good." Incredible. Just light does not mean there was no evil. It was good is basically the darkness saying it. Of course, there was bad things, but for the darkness, it was good because it was so beautiful from the outside. And only when he became part of it, he realized that it was still the same, still good. You know, I didn't think about this, but this is really interesting because in the Bible, creation story, where all these "it was goods" is from, if I remember correctly, all of those "it was goods" are before the fall, before evil entered the world. And after evil entered the world, there are no statements of "it was good." And so I wonder, being so familiar with that, if that's part of why I had such a hang up about that last line of "it was good," because my brain was hardwired to see all those "it was goods" and be waiting for the fall, waiting for evil to enter the world. And so I kind of was almost assuming, oh, darkness entered the world, that's the fall in this creation myth. And so then it's well, if there's the fall, then how can you say it was good afterwards? That's really interesting. Ghost says, I think this is a more dualistic view of the world. For light to mean something, there must be darkness and all that whatnot. Yeah, that's a great point. Of there are lots of religions where there isn't one good god. It's there are two gods. One's darkness and one is light, and they both need to exist. So this can be that kind of world. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a rabbit in the moon. We threw it there. Have you been watching Dragon Ball or something? I have never watched Dragon Ball, so that's hilarious that's in there. No, in the TTRPG that I'm currently playing, Ryder's character was based on that Aztec myth about the gods throwing a rabbit into the moon. Oh, quote from Paradise Lost. I could see that. Yes, it is Paradise Lost. Gotcha. Is that that must be a Satan quote then? Interesting. I know two quotes from it. That one and "Abashed there the devil stood and felt how awful goodness is." Wow, that's interesting. Interesting. I'm not reading all the quotes and myth discussion, even though it's cool. Okay, well that one's too cute not to say. There's a Japanese custom of a fall festival where people look at the moon and say there's a rabbit making mochi there because the dark parts of the moon look like a rabbit making mochi turned upside down. That is incredible. In Dragon Ball, the original, not Z or Super, there's an ad. There's a villain who wore bunny ears and used carrots as weapons, and he was dealt with by being thrown on the moon. Gotcha. That's great. China says it's making medicine. Japan says it's making sweets. Interesting. Well, this is great, Reinkarnitor. Very much enjoyed it. Since next week is the last week of October and I'll be doing the Halloween stories, well, I guess unless you guys vote otherwise, then I will just use my monthly powers and read this story. But I will wait for the ad to do so. Specifically immortality medicine. Interesting. Oops. Well, I guess it works. Oh, Spectre is across the world, so I don't think he's awake. I give 1 bit because it makes no sense and I never make sense. Well, thank you for your 1 bit. It is still appreciated. Yep, he's likely asleep. It's late in Germany. Alright, Ad. Where are you? Oh, wow, Germany! For all I know, Spectre is the bunny making medicine on the moon. Amazing. I am under Germany, same time. It is indeed late here. Gotcha. Well, thanks for staying up and joining us for your story. Yep, that's part of why I have the option to say what country you're from. Can I show the cat? Yeah, okay. Aww.
Hey, baby. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, what are you doing?
Little kitty. Austria. Wow.
Yeah, sleepy kitty. I woke up the sleepy kitty. There's nowhere to go. The computer is turned around, baby.
Awake, kitty, yes. Oh, baby. Aw, thanks, Reinkarnitor. Appreciate that. Aw.
Why is your cat fat? Do you feed it too much?
A rotund boy? because he eats too much. Do you need to cut him off from his supply of food to make him go on a diet? I mean, not cut off entirely, but like offer less food. My dad has a bad habit of giving him food whenever he meows. Gotcha. Smooshy kitty, that's right. Aw. That's not... Does your dad not understand how cats work? That's not going to shut him up. That's going to make him meow every time he wants food. It's weird that my mind went to Middle Germany, where Elevator's Oktoberfest loving elves first woke up. Is that because of what I just said about the Silmarillion? I know we keep telling him he does not listen. Oh no.
Oh, baby. 19 more seconds. 19 more seconds, or I have you trapped in my love bubble. Oh, yeah. You're so cute. You're just a cute kitty.
Because I follow a channel on YouTube called In Deep Geek that talks all about Tolkien lore. So I watch a lot of that stuff. Gotcha.
All right, kitty incoming.
There you go. You're free. You're free to walk away. All right. Yeah, so would you guys like me to read Spectre's story? I am happy to do it. I don't know if there would be any benefit to saving it for the Halloween stream, because I'm probably going to have a very set number that I read. Because I tested it out, and they take 15 to 20 minutes just to read. And that is without any of my commentary. So I'm kind of leaning towards doing like only 3 and maybe one encore to unlock or something like that. Well, I don't know if that would be bad to do for the contest, but so I don't know that there would be any sort of benefit to the monthly powers. Up to you. Let me think about it. Yes. Yeah, let's just do it. Drink in darkness. Mortal kin. Teya. Thy spectre. 349 words. The noise in the tavern had started to die down as Teya sat by the counter, nursing her drink. Her werewolf, Maya, was idling beneath her stool, lying on the ground, occasionally looking up when someone moved close by. The barmaid had already called time twice. One more, and the tavern would close for the night. As she sat, drinking by herself, someone seated himself next to her. She turned and saw a short, black-haired man sitting on the stool beside hers. Black tattoos were just visible on his face, which moved ominously as he ordered his drink. Teya tensed just a little bit, throwing Maya a glance, but the wolf simply lay there. "What a night," the shadowy dwarf said, taking out a tiny black vial. "Perfect night to be refueling." He didn't seem to be addressing her directly. His gaze focused ahead, yet Teya felt watched. She looked over her shoulder. Ever since the stranger had settled next to her, it felt like the lamps were dimming. Silence fell around her, broken only by a gentle plink as a droplet from a small vial fell into the stranger's drink. He downed it in one and exhaled loudly. "Ah, that's the stuff." The stranger put his vial away. "Third time's the charm, eh?" It took Teya a moment to realize he was addressing her. What? She wasn't sure what to say. The stranger tossed a coin onto the counter. The shadows around them both seemed to darken further. Teya felt the cold creep up her arms. She shivered. She watched as her drink swirled in her cup, her body casting Stygian shadows over the tavern counter. "I said time!" the barmaid called, right in front of her. "What?" Teya shook herself. The tavern around her was completely empty. She blinked. What in the world had happened? She looked around for the stranger, but he disappeared into the shadows. "The guy sitting next to me," Teya began. "A hard one to grasp," the barmaid hesitated. "Didn't he speak to you yesterday too, though?" "Has he?" Why couldn't Teya remember? Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it.
Meow, meow, kitty.
What a cute cat. Well, welcome back, Mako. A highlighted Mako. Alrighty. Clap, clap. Alrighty. So Spectre said, "Not sure if I'm entirely happy with this one, but I wanted to try something." Questions 1. Tried to extend the darkness here into not just a physical darkness, but a psychological one as well, using it as a metaphor for forgetting. Did that come across? 2. The dire dwarf who talks to Teya was written to be purposely mysterious and strange. Tried to make it seem like he's totally unfamiliar to Teya, but seems to be familiar with her. Was that too confusing? 3. This is a really difficult story to attempt, so I'd appreciate some additional feedback. Any way I could have improved on this. So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat.
Kitty bitty, would you like to come back? Why are you just meowing over there?
Yeah, accurate. So, I really like the vibes of this story. Like, I can totally like imagine the visuals of what's going on, and the visuals are fantastic and mysterious, and I really like that. Though I also, this story is really interesting because I feel like it has some big issues, but they're kind of hard to describe because I don't know that I can even go so far as to say it's confusing, because I feel like I got what happened. I feel like I understood, like, okay, we're sitting in the bar and there's this weird dark dwarf that comes up and he seems to be affecting the lights, making everything darker. He pours something dark in his drink, and Teya kind of goes into this strange trance when he leaves. And so I felt like I understood fundamentally what was happening. But I also at the same time felt like, like I don't even know how to describe it. I feel like the best way to describe the issue I have with it is that I don't know why. I don't know why the dwarf is putting something into his drink. I don't know why he remembers her, but she doesn't remember him. I don't know why she would forget. I don't know why the shadows would get longer. That sort of thing. And so it's like, I understand what's happening, and what's happening is super interesting, and I'm really enjoying the ride. But by the end, I'm kind of going, what was going on there? So I guess I'll just start going through it. I really like the title, because it kind of has this double meaning of drinking in darkness, like drinking darkness, and having a drink in the darkness, like drinking together in the dark pub, dark tavern, which I think is fantastic. I really like this first paragraph a lot. If you add a wolf into a story, of course I'm gonna love it, as long as the wolf doesn't die. Love her having a werewolf, and this is a great setup here. Like, this did not, like, because things like this could easily read as like, oh, the only reason you're telling us about the time is because the third time is going to be called. And, like, maybe I did think about that a little on my first reading, but I think it's introduced very naturally, where it's telling us the time. It's not just telling us, aha, this will come up later. It's also telling us what time of day it is, and so it feels like information has gotten across, and so we may or may not run into that third time call. And so then that makes that third time call really work well. And so, yeah, I really like how you set up the scene. I like him coming over and sitting next to her. I didn't catch this before, but after reading your comment that he's familiar with her, but she's not familiar with him, this is a cool clue to that she's sensing up and she's like, hey, Maya, like, is this a problem? Do we need to attack? And she's just completely relaxed. Like, everything's fine. She knows this guy, which is really cool. I feel like there are some small issues in this paragraph. One is that short black-haired man actually conjures a very different image to me than a dwarf. I think partially because I highlighted short and said, I didn't realize this went so far as dwarf. I actually think maybe the problem is the word man, because once you say man, I'm like, this is a human, not this is a dwarf. And so I think just saying, like, she turned and saw a black-haired dwarf, I think that would work better. And then, like, there's a couple places, it's kind of subtle, where you end up repeating yourself. So, her werewolf Maya was idling beneath her stool, lying on the ground, occasionally looking up when someone moved by. Idling beneath her stool and lying on the ground kind of mean the same thing. Granted, idling could mean she's sitting, so maybe you're trying to convey her position. And then here, like, someone seated himself next to her, and then sitting on the stool beside hers feels a little bit repetitive. I really love the idea of tattoos that move, especially with, like, a darkness creature with dark tattoos. I think that's great. So I don't know that I would have guessed that, to answer your second question, I don't know that I would have understood that he's familiar with her, but she's not familiar with him without reading your comment. But once I read your comment, it made perfect sense. When I read the story, it was just kind of like, I was kind of in a similar boat. I mean, the whole story I'm in a similar boat today, Teya. But I was just like, okay, what a perfect night to be feeling. And I'm kind of going, okay, is he addressing her or not? That seems a little ambiguous. And so she's kind of having that same question. And so it did seem like it's like, why are you talking to me? And there was like a weird tone to it. But I didn't connect to that weird tone is he knows her, she doesn't know him. So I really like that idea. I think that's cool, and I get it after you say it, but I don't know if the story alone conveyed that, even though you had some pretty good clues. And then so let's see. So he didn't seem to be addressing her directly, his gaze focused ahead. And then in the end, he is addressing her. I don't know, I'm a little torn on that. I think I lean towards liking it because of what I just said about, like, I'm wondering that, and then you answer the question. I like the lamp stimming, perfect for the prompt. Interesting that he keeps putting drops in as opposed to, like, dumping the vial in there or just dumping half of it in there all at once. This is the part where I'm very much wondering what's happening there. Because it seems especially odd that it only happens to her. Like, Maya seems to remember him. The barmaid remembers him. But she doesn't. And he seems nice enough. Like, he doesn't seem... Like, I don't know this guy, but he's just talking to her casually and nicely. And so it doesn't seem like he's an evil villain who's like, I'm gonna mess with this lady. Maybe he's a prankster. Maybe it's not evil. Maybe it is just a little prank. But... that's part of why I'm left wondering. It's like, he seems nice enough. Why does he seem to be specifically messing with this one lady? And the funny thing is, like, I think there are certain things that you could have done that would have worked better, which is that something you could have done is just, I said time. What? The tavern around her was completely empty. And you just end there. I think, funnily enough, even though that gives you less information and more mystery, well, less information, I actually think that works better as an ending because it's just kind of saying, like, oh, what a weird interaction. What a weird little dwarf man. But the fact that you add this extra mystery of, like, the barmaid remembers and he was here the night before as well, that's part of what makes me be like, I feel like I should understand this more than I do. Or not even that. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's like, we're not supposed to understand it because Teya doesn't understand it. So we're exactly in the same boat as Teya. But for some reason that does impact the story, and so it's very hard to describe. What was I gonna say? So I don't really know why this is happening here. I know happening only to her. I do like that I said time, bringing her out of it, you know. I think that's great. I think maybe saying like, who was he or who was that guy, would work a little better to me than the guy sitting next to me. And I also, a hard one to grasp is fine, but a little odd. And so I feel like just saying, like, who was that guy? And then the barmaid going, didn't you meet him yesterday? Or didn't you talk to him yesterday? I think might flow a little more naturally. And then did he would flow more naturally here than has he. But So even though I don't understand exactly what's going on, I do like that the spooky mysteriousness of like, why can't I remember? Why is he messing with my memory? I do think that's interesting and cool and scary. So I try to extend the darkness here into not just a physical darkness, but a psychological one, as well as using it as a metaphor for forgetting. Did that come across? That did come across to me, that it's like a darkness of physically the lights are dimming, like psychologically we're in the dark as to what's going on here, and then also she has forgotten, so her mind has darkened, her memories have darkened, so all of that is present. I do like that. I do like that as a use of the prompt. Very creative. And then Dire Dwarf is really interesting. I don't play enough D&D to know if that's a D&D race, but if that is a Spectre made race, that sounds cool. And then he definitely came across as mysterious and strange, and maybe too mysterious and strange, because I'm kind of left scratching my head at the end of the story, but that definitely came across. This is a really difficult story to attempt, so I appreciate some additional feedback. Anyway, I could have improved this. Like I said, I think the main thing I'm left with is wondering why. So maybe if you were able to give us some more clues as to the why of things, maybe that would have helped. But then again, this is all from Teya's perspective, and Teya isn't meant to know, and we are perfectly in the same boat as her. So in that way, like, maybe if that's what you meant to come across, that came across perfectly. But for me, I might enjoy the story more if I had at least some more clues as to some of the whys. But regarding, like, him being familiar with her and stuff, it did seem like casual bar talk that, like, I could see a random stranger walking up and be like, what a night, time to refuel. And it's like, are you talking to me or not? That feels kind of like a natural bar reaction. And so I think that's part of why I didn't clock it as he knows her, she doesn't know him. Yeah, and if he said something that he could only know if he talked to her before, something like, okay, so how's your job at the cannery? And then she's like, how do you know I work at the cannery? I think that might work a bit better. That would very clearly convey he's familiar with her, but she not with him. So I think that could improve it. Yeah, and then the story kind of reads like a Fae abduction. Like when we get to, I think that's part of why I'm scratching my head at this line, because it's very spooky and it reads like she's getting abducted, and then everything's fine, and the barmaid was actually conscious and was, it didn't affect her. And so that's kind of what makes it go, what's going on there and why? Sort of thing. Yeah. And then I talked about all that stuff. And D&D has a Duergar, which are basically dwarves from the Underdark, sharing skin and hair color with the Drow. Are Drow like elves from the Underdark? Interesting. Era says, so I'm confused. Did the dwarf drug her drink or just confuse her with darkness? Confused. Yeah, agreed. Norman, well, I don't think that was the intention. This did occur to me as well. It's a bit too dark. I don't think that's what Spectre is going for. Also, the story is interesting. I find the idea behind it. The creepy vibe of the stranger changing your reality is perhaps my favorite part. That is a good point of, like, a stranger just walking in and changing your reality and walking away is like, creepy. Like, changing your reality both in terms of, like, the shadows and stuff, but also the forgetting stuff. Yeah, very spooky and interesting. Aerith, I didn't think so either. Just wondered if he was using some kind of shadow magic to leave her confused or erase her memory or something. Yeah, so this kind of goes to what I was saying of, like, why would he do this, though? Because if he was abducting her, then we'd be like, there's our answer. He's trying to abduct her. But the fact that he seems nice, that he's just hanging out and talking about life, seems like he doesn't have ill intent. And so it seems odd that these things are happening that seem so charged with ill intent. Either way, the dude gives me the heebie-jeebies. Interesting. Yeah, so Palmothemus honestly sounds like some sort of abuse, and it's very sus and has many implications, which is it made me uncomfortable about it. Yeah, so then that's the other thought is like, maybe he is an evil dude and he is trying to abuse her and like control her or something. So maybe there are sinister implications, but even that, like, I don't know, it's not really clear. There also seems to be a time skip when the bar is suddenly empty. And dwarf shadows equal alien abduction. Yeah, so you had the same thought. Yeah, I guess there is a question of, like, could he have done something to her in that space where the shadows were lengthening and then left? I guess part of the issue is it just says, but he disappeared into the shadows, which seems so benign after what just happened. And that's part of why I kind of like just leaving it at the tavern around her was completely empty. Because it's just like, where'd he go? Did he teleport away? Did he walk away? Did something else happen? We don't know. And that kind of works. But just saying like, oh, he disappeared into the shadows. It's like, our last interaction with him seemed a lot more than just like walking away into the shadows. Yeah. Sounds like Men in Black, flashy thing, only darkness instead of flashy thing. But that's the thing, right? Because, like, if it is just like, okay, you saw something you weren't supposed to see, I'm gonna flashy thing you, then that would work. But again, he's just hanging out and talking to her like a normal person. And he also says 3 times the charm, which kind of implies that he has met her 3 times, not just twice. And so it's kind of like, why is he just talking like a normal person if he has these evil intents? Why is he acting like she knows what 3 times the charm means if he has evil intents,
Odd of him.
Black-haired figure might work. It would work better than a man, but figure kind of implies like they're not in high definition. And, well, either they're not in high definition or they're cloaked and stuff. But just like the high definition, I can see him right next to me, is a little odd for figure. Norman says, the ambiguity of what this is about to me doesn't make it clear enough that this guy is nice. The bad vibes outweigh the good for me. Yeah, like that's maybe we're hitting on the crux of the issue with this story is that like everything that the guy is doing, well, not everything, but especially the ending where there's like the shadows get worse and then he erases her memory. Those are very big clues that this guy is evil and has evil intents. But all of his dialogue of just being like, what a night, perfect night for refueling, that's the stuff, 3 times the charm. I guess, okay, that's interesting. Because it's very much a question of what this means, and that's one of those things where I'm like, what do you mean? What is this? But I wonder if 3 times the charm has to do with her. That it's like he's doing something to her, and he's done it 3 times, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna do something horrible to this lady again. The first 2 times it didn't work. 3rd time's the charm. So, maybe because I kept saying, okay, the dialogue seems casual and nice to me, but now that I'm seeing it, maybe the dialogue itself is evil. So that actually makes the story work better for me without that dichotomy of the dialogue being nice. So yeah, that's interesting. And I guess it could, thinking about it in a dark light, maybe refueling is like he's using her to refuel. Maybe he's using her memories to refuel. I kind of assumed that this meant, and him putting it into his own glass meant he just needed to refuel on whatever this is. But maybe he's refueling on her. In which case, I think maybe removing the presence of the black vial would be helpful. Or making it a little clearer that he slipped something into her drink. Because, like folks were saying in the chat, we were like, maybe he drugged her, but maybe not, kind of thing. Drow dark elves, gotcha. Is this the first time we're meeting? I wasn't aware. Well, with time travel, you have all sorts of things going screwy. Ta-ta, we shall meet again. Incredible. Dwarf, now in darkness and in high definition. Yeah, maybe he's feeding on her like a vampire. Yeah, exactly. That's very possible. So thinking about it in that light does actually make the story work better for me, because it does seem to be more consistent. That it's like, all right, here's this guy doing evil things to her. We don't know what these evil things are, but we know he's tried it twice and it seems to have failed. And it seems to involve removing her memories. So that does make the story a more cohesive whole, in my mind. And it does indeed make it much creepier and spookier to be like, oh, he's tried twice and it failed, and what's happening? What's he doing? You know, kind of thing. Yeah, and some versions of vampires do have mind control. You're right. Very true. So yeah, very interesting. But aside from that, like, I think the story is very well written.
Meow. Yes.
All right. Very intriguing story. Spectre would love to hear answers to our questions if you're willing to provide. But with that, we will go on to announcing the prompt for the week of November 9th. And I'm very grateful that, so, you know, you saw the polls and everything like that. And, like, if I needed the extra time, I would have taken the extra time. But I really didn't want to, push the, I really didn't want to push the stream, to the week of November 9th, because that would mean, that it would be this Saturday would be nothing, and then next week would be the Halloween stories, then the week after that would be darkness again, and so there would kind of be a week for us to sit and twiddle our thumbs, because we already wrote our stories, and then it would be. And so I really didn't want to do that if I could, and so I'm really happy that I was able to read through the Halloween stories at least, and be able to do this. So yeah, so this is going to be our I mean, I already said it, and you guys already know it. This is going to be our prompt for the week of November 9th. So in third place, oops, I need to go to Deadsed's lovely chart. Oh yeah, I did already talk about this in the Carmilla stream, but I'll go over it again. In third place, so with 13 votes each, is Shadow of a Sea Dragon and Have No Fear. Great prompts, not our winner though. In second place, each with 14 votes, we have Until Death Do Us Part and Problem Child. Also some great prompts. Our tie, each with 20 votes, is Silver Tongues and Golden Silence and Trick or Treat. And I did a little vote on the Carmilla stream, and do you guys think I should do the poll for the tiebreaker now or at the end? Because if we're gonna get more people by the end, then I'd probably save it to the end. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we will or if we'll lose people. If people will go to bed.
Okay, kitty, goodbye.
You're unsure. Gotcha. Well, I brought over a thing I bought to do a show and tell, so I guess I could show you that. Might be better to go ahead and do it. Okay, I'll do my show and tell, and you guys can chat amongst yourselves on if we should do the poll now or at the end. I mean, I guess we could do it twice maybe, but anyway. So Okay, has anybody discussed more about the prompt? No. Does not appear so. Well, I have one vote for do it, so I guess I can do it. Like if I don't get enough votes, I can do it again at the end. So let's head over there. Okay. I will talk about that in a second, Norman. Okay. Oh yeah, that's why it looks weird. Okay. Where is Death's Head's little thing? Okay. I guess I'll still do my little hoot nanny. The camera did not like my clapping. In third place with... Oh wow, everything's tied. Okay, in third place we have two, with 13 votes. And this is Shadow of a Sea Dragon and Have No Fear. Good prompts. I like Have No Fear for a Halloween-y prompt. Not our winners, though. In second place, also tied, each with 14 votes, is Problem Child and Till Death Do Us Part. Also great prompts. Problem Child is also a new one that I also like. And then in first place, also a tie, each with 20 votes, we have... is it this one? It's not that one. It's that one! Okay, well, I guess that's not the one, but... What is it? Oh, it's this. Okay. Here. I need to rename this. For a writing group. Okay. In first place, with each with 20 votes, tied, is Silver Tongues and Golden Silence and Trick or Treat. Now, we can pull on here, but let me finish my speech because there's something I want to say that might change people's votes. So usually I would be the one to break the tie, or at least that would be a consideration. But I created the tie. So here in the Secret Supporter chat, Silver Tongues Golden Silence has 6 votes and Trick or Treat has 5 because I gave it 1. And then over here, Silver Tongues has 14 and Trick or Treat has 15. Wait. Oh yeah, so then this has 6, and so that creates 20, and then this has 5, and that creates 20. I actually like Silver Tongues and Golden Silence, but this, if Trick or Treat doesn't win this time, it will be a whole nother year before I submit it, and so I was like, you know what? I can make them tie. I'm going to make them tie and have them vote on the stream. So the thing that could potentially change your vote is that if Silver Tongues and Golden Silence wins, I will stream that the first week of November. So that will be, well, maybe it's the second. Yeah, so I will stream, if Silver Tongues and Golden Silence wins, I will stream that on the 9th of November. If Trick or Treat wins, it's going to be a question. And so, yeah, sorry. If Silver Tongues and Golden Silence wins, I will stream the Halloween contest stories on November 2nd, on the Saturday of Halloween week. And I will stream Silver Tongues and Golden Silence on November 9th. If Trick or Treat wins, it will be a question. And so if Trick or Treat wins, I might instead do the Halloween contest stories on Halloween and do Trick or Treat on November 2nd. And so if it's on Halloween, it would probably be... I would stream it at night, because I doubt I can get access to my dad's office during the day. If I could, I would. But it would probably be at the earliest, like, 9. 9 p.m. Central Time. But maybe a bit later than that, maybe 10. Yeah. So you're free to vote for either one, but I just want you to know, if the prompt is not Halloween-y, I will just do the contest stories on the Halloween Saturday. If the prompt is Halloween-y, I'll probably put it to a vote if you guys want me to do Trick or Treat on November 2nd, or do the Halloween contest stories on November 2nd. So yes, so now you can go ahead and make the poll, ghoulish. Unless you need me to, though I've never made one on Twitch. Maybe I should have saved my show and tell for when the poll was going. Cool. I guess I can go back to showing Bella. Well, she's not completely in range, and if I move the camera, she might move. But she is being very cute. Very, very cute. I don't know. Oh yeah, I was gonna say maybe I can move the computer to show you, but I don't think I can. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and Norman directly said, I know one of the prompts was Trick or Treat, which will be a little weird if it misses October 31st. Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Move this back down. Not what I meant to do. You know what? Well, there we go. There's the poll. So yes, please vote there. 5 minutes on the clock. Cool. I realized that I should create an event for okay, so today's the 19th. Okay, I can't oh well, I can do that actually. And then go over here. Last day to submit for the Halloween contest. Yep. Okay, so I've created an event for the last day to submit to the Halloween contest, just to remind everybody, and to put the exact time on the clock. All right, I see 2 votes for Silver Tongues and Golden Silence. I can't even see what it was. I just see Silver Tongues and Gold ... So unless that's actually what you did, I don't know what you did. Okie dokie. All right, so we have 2 votes for Silver Tongues and 1 vote for Trick or Treat. I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you guys see that, or is that only me? I can't choose. It's too much pressure. Fair. And like I said, I might. Okay, yeah, using ellipses. That worked. I totally thought it was just Twitch doing that. But yes, I might try and do the poll again if we have new people at the end, because 3 is a very small number of voters. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see who's here at the end. And also how much time I have. Oh yeah, I guess I should. Yeah. Oops. Well, now I don't have it up there. I'll do that. Okay. Because I just realized that this is gonna get added to the stream for the stream for next week, the darkness stream. So I shouldn't put Carmilla on the screen. All right, it's not seeming like we're getting more votes. And I'm realizing I could tie it again if I want to be a gremlin. I could tie it again and be like, uh-oh, we have to do it at the end. I don't think I'm gonna do that. The kitties are so silly. The door is wide open and they're perfectly content and just sitting next to me. Maybe I can show Bo, actually. Yeah, there he is. There he is on the chair. And Norman's gonna flip a coin. Nice.
Kitty, kitty. Oh, the bell.
Did you hear me talking about Bo and start stirring? Bella. Bella, Bella. Cat logic. Yep, exactly.
So cute, Bella. So cute. Bella, Bella, beep, beep, Bella, beep.
Well, you only have a few moments left to flip your coin and make your vote, Norman.
Smaller and smaller
And smaller and smaller. And oh, you did flip your coin. Right at the last second, you got it in there. The coin went under the couch. Nice. Well, maybe when if I do it again, then you can flip your coin properly that time. Anyway, so right now, Silver Tongues and Golden Silence has won, and if there's not more people at the end or I need to go to dinner, then that will be the winner. But for now, that is with reservations the winner. Alrighty, I won't go through like a whole spiel until the end, I think, or just save it until next week. But yes, that is our tentative winner. And I did a little vote on the Carmilla stream, and I do mean little, because there were only 4 people to vote. But vote they did, and by 3 votes, Silver Tongues and Golden Silence won. So that shall be our prompt for the week of November 9th. Because you have 2 weeks with it. Yeah, 2 weeks with it. I guess kind of 3 because you already heard about it. But because you have 2 weeks with it, you will be able to do what I said before. Generals can write 2 stories. Cocooned can write 3. And Transformed can write 5. And remember, the same rules apply. You still have to mark the ones that... You still have to mark the ones that are... that you don't want read, do not read, and only have 1 available for the stream. But yeah. But you can post more because you have extra time. Yeah, I appreciate our commitment to the bit when the top 6 prompts are comprised of 3 ties. Very true. I can barely put together 1 story for the prompt. I really can't think of much for it. Yes, it is time to discuss that prompt. So Silver Tongues is kind of that idea of, like, it makes me think of Inkheart. If I remember correctly, they are called, like, Silver Tongues in that they can read books and make the creatures in the books come to life. That's not the common use of Silver Tongue, though. Silver Tongue is usually used for, like, a clever, conniving, lying tongue. Like, you know, Loki, I think, is said to have a silver tongue. That kind of thing. I guess I can look up the sayings to see if that gives us, you know, stuff to work with. Apparently it's a song. Expression. The characteristic of being skillful at persuading people to believe what they say or to do what they want them to do. Okay, so it is the Riz. It is not deception. It is pure, unabashed Riz. It's a metaphorical expression that implies a person's words are as valuable and precious as silver. Interesting. Marked by a conniving or eloquent expression. And their example is a silver-tongued politician. I feel like many politicians nowadays are not silver-tongued. Silver-tongued, clever, persuasive speaker. Okay, yeah, so this is just somebody who can very much convince you, persuade you to do things. Again, the Riz. So they could be somebody who's doing through lies, or they could be someone who's doing so through the truth. Whatever it is, they're extremely persuasive. And then golden silence. I will also look up that expression. But it's, as far as I know, it's the expression of silence is golden, that silence is good. We like silence. Stop talking now, please. Sort of thing. Again, songs. No. Yeah, meaning. Okay. Yeah, silence is golden. Proverb, it's often wise to say nothing. Used to say that it is often better to remain silent than to speak. Said to mean it is often better to say nothing. Yep. Silence is of great value. Yeah, okay, so this is really interesting. That almost, like, those being put together, I didn't connect that as, when the prompt came up, that it can be like, you have a silver tongue, you're a very persuasive speaker, but in this instance, it is better to say nothing. That's interesting. I like that, where it's like somebody who is so persuasive that they're so used to getting out of things with their words, but in the situation that they're in right now, no matter how persuasive they are, it would be better to remain silent. Which, this is especially cool because, like, gold is often portrayed as superior to silver, and so that works with that as well, that it's like, oh, you have a silver tongue, but silence is golden. So it's like, yeah, you're super persuasive, you can get out of anything, but silence is better, at least in this particular scenario. So you could write about different aspects of that kind of situation, where you could have somebody with a silver tongue think they're gonna get out of this and say something, and then fail miserably and realize, oh no, I should have said nothing. Or it could be somebody giving the silver tongue advice and being like, hey, like, I get that you can get out of everything with your tongue. Stop it. Be quiet, kind of thing. It also, like, could be just a situation of, like, I mean, this is darker, but it could be a situation of somebody cutting the silver tongue out. That it's like, your silver tongue, you are too good, so I need to take it out. That it's like, I know if I let you talk, you will convince me. So silence is better. So cutting out your tongue, making you unable to talk, is better. You could also do it in the sense of, like, maybe somebody gets, like, cursed with a silencing curse, that it's like, they still have their tongue, but at least temporarily they cannot talk. That it's like, I need to teach you a lesson. Shut up. Bippity boppity, shut up. Oh, kitty cat. But I feel like there's also, like, the use of colors allows you to do some really interesting things with this prompt, because, like, let's see if I can show it. Oh yeah, you can see. So when I type in SIL, then this little speaker that's muted is one of those things, and it's silver. And then this bell that is golden also comes up, and so I have used both. Actually, this is the first time I used the bell. But so just looking at these two things, right? these are things that can make a noise that are being silenced, and one is silver and one is gold. And you could use that in your story, that you could have it be like the silver tongue is instead a speaker that is silver. It could be, you know, it could be a bell that's silver. It could be maybe like a really precious jewelry that is silver, and like the tongue, the speech can be something more metaphorical. It could be something people speak about the silver jewelry. It could be metaphorically what the jewelry speaks of. But this golden thing that seemingly speaks of nothing, oh yeah, that could be interesting. It could be the idea of like, maybe there's this silver piece of jewelry that has this history that is like full of words, and it's like, wow, amazing. But then there's this gold piece of jewelry that has no history, but it's more valuable, you know, that kind of thing. Or it could be a situation of like, there's an auction, and like they're auctioning off a silver piece of jewelry or just a silver thing, and they're like, yes, here's all the amazing things about this thing I'm auctioning off. And then a gold thing is being auctioned off, and then they say nothing about it, but you know, it's better. And I keep using that image of it's better because I like that idea of like silver is lesser than gold, but you do not have to go that way with the story. That golden silence can just be a statement. That it could even be like, it could even be the reverse. That it's like, usually silence is golden, but in this case, the silver tongue trumps the golden silence. You could totally do that with this prompt. Or you could have it be the opposite of the auction thing I just said, of like, the golden thing says, they say nothing about it, and so it flops. It doesn't sell well. But the silver thing that they had a lot to say about sells super well, or something like that. You could have like robots where one is silver and one is gold, and the silver one talks a lot and the golden one doesn't even have the ability to speak. You could have like a character wear lots of silvers and another one wear lots of golds, and again, like one could be very talkative and the other one silent, and stuff like that. So like, colors, at least in this case, are super versatile. You can do so much with that you don't only have to limit yourself to specifically the saying of like a silver tongue as persuasive speaker and golden silence is golden, it's better to say nothing. You can just use the colors and the metaphors of a tongue and silence and stuff like that. Yeah, I did, didn't I? You just described C-3PO and R2-D2, Kaylee. Unfortunately, the colors are reversed. Well, I guess, you know, I guess that could work. Or C-3PO is gold and he's always talking, but everyone's like, C-3PO, silence is golden. Like, shut up. But R2-D2, like, everybody's like, wow, so insightful, R2. Like, every time he talks and he's the silver one. That's incredible. Hello, kitty. Okay, let's go. Oh, lots of talk. Okay. Halloween stories on or near Halloween. Yay! Yes, indeed. Still need to read a review of these. I really appreciate that, Norman. Thank you so much. And no idea what to do with this, but it's a cool prompt. You said cooled, but I assume you meant cool. Yeah, oh yeah, that's there. Ooh, very fun idea you came up with recently. Awesome. Eddie, I suck at writing silver-tongued characters. I have no idea what to do for this. Well, you could have it be that the silver-tongued character is like already locked up and shut up, and so it's more about like, oh, you thought you had a silver tongue, but silence is golden. Yeah, you silver-tongued devil. The golden silence bit would be easy to think of since I just need to write Hades being annoyed at someone to the point of silencing them in the underworld, but the silver tongue part eludes me. I feel like you got it right there. Like, you just have to have a soul that is known to be really talkative, and Hades is like, shut up. It could even be something as simple as, like, you don't even need them to be persuasive. It could just be that the soul is like, hey, Hades, do I get a bed? Do we get food? Where's our hamburger? You know, like, you know, just like throwing out questions at him, and he's like, shut up. Just says, it's putting them together that leaves me stumped. Like, the only thing that makes sense is someone talking another person into being silent or going somewhere quiet. Ooh, I didn't think about that. That's a good point, that, like, the silver-tongued person could talk someone else into being silent. That's really interesting. A mobster who wants his lackeys to not speak of his criminal activities. Silence is golden, and so is your life. A kitty. What a silly cat. What a silly cat sitting on that shelf. It is often better to close one's mouth and appear foolish than open it and remove all doubt. Incredible.
Oh, my cat. Okay, there you go.
Yes, I like that. Bippity boppity boo. That's enough out of you. Then the man who represents himself is a lawyer who has a fool for a client. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, there's lots of interesting things you could do with lawyers. That you could have it be somebody's like, I don't need a lawyer. I have a silver tongue. I can represent myself. And then it's like, actually, no. Actually, silence is golden. Or it can be, you know, the lawyer is great, but the client keeps opening their mouth, you know, kind of thing. Yeah. That's great. So it's a really creepy story where a silver-tongued character is cursed by a wizard and their tongue literally turns into silver and falls out of their mouth, running them mute. Yeah, you could do you could totally play with a tongue literally being silver. I feel like silence literally being golden could be more difficult. But yeah, you could literally have a silver tongue. It could be a natural thing for a race or an animal, or it could be a curse or something like that. Yeah. Or it could be maybe the tongue doesn't fall out, but it's just like really hard to talk now. Yes, Jeannie, I wish for a silver tongue. Should have used your words more carefully. Very true. Also, the genie could come out of something golden. So it's like, you should have been silent. You should have not made that wish. And this is another idea. It could be a revolutionary figure trying to stoke a righteous revolution against a tyrant, getting murdered before they can achieve anything because the tyrant is too all-controlling. Very true, very true. Especially if that tyrant has some association with gold. Like, it makes me think of the Golden Order in Elden Ring kind of thing, where it's like, the golden tyrant could silence the silver tongue. It says in Vox Machina, one of the villains had their tongue replaced with a magic one of silver that let him command people. That's really interesting. That could totally work as well. Yeah, a character who shows off versus someone who makes claims that may not be true. Or it could be a situation of like a character who shows off, it is the silver tongue, and then a character who quietly knows that they have a lot of power but doesn't mouth off about it. It could be the golden silence. Like, it makes me think of, I heard people talking in the Great British Baking Show subreddit where they're like, why doesn't Prue like talk up more? She has more years of experience on Paul and stuff like that. And it's like, she knows she's good. She doesn't have to say it. It could totally be that kind of thing where like Paul is the silver tongue and Prue is the golden silence. Yeah, R2 isn't technically silent. He just beeps and boops. Yep. Yeah, and Eddie thought it too. Everyone wants C-3PO to shut up. Oh, yeah, I can imagine suddenly a character being cursed as a silver tongue, making everything taste like metal dipped in tannin fluid. Yeah, so you could play with that they are given a silver tongue so they can command everyone, yet everything tastes like metal. Or maybe it could be they can never turn it off. They always command people, so they never know if they're actually loved, by this person, by anybody. Okay, what did people say in the stream chat? No spoilers, even though we already know. Yeah, I didn't even mean to. So my inspiration for this prompt is unorthodox. My mind was on Christmas, and I was trying to do something with silver and gold, which is a song from the old Rankin Bass Rudolph special. Interesting. It's too bad that it didn't win around Christmas, that it went around Halloween. Oh yeah, Palmothemus says, I interpreted it as those who are quiet are more valuable than those who always talk. Yep, that could work. Just so happens I was doing idiom prompts, so I combined silver tongue and silence is golden. Yep. It's a riff off silence is golden, duct tape is silver. Image-wise, I also think of Monday's Noon from Mr. Monday by Garth Nix, who has a silver tongue in the figurative and literal sense. Bippity boppity, shut up, Kaylee 2024. Yeah, a lot of ideas for this prompt. It's actually fascinating. It is one of those prompts where when you first look at it, you're like, what do I do? And then you actually start thinking about it and you're like, I can do anything. Eddie, the annoying part is I can think of many ways to take this prompt, but none that I feel comfortable writing because I just don't have the social skills to write a silver tongue character. I mean, hey, you could go out of your comfort zone and attempt to write a silver tongue character and then stick the draft in the writing workshop or the writing group drafts and be like, please help. I need help with the story. Makes them spit out facts like they're a genius. Yeah, so silver tongue could be like they know a lot of facts, that they're very smart. That could be an interesting way to take it. Oh boy. I reminded of one serial killer who tried to represent himself, which included questioning himself. That's a real thing that happened. Wild. Oh my goodness. And then go jump off a bridge. Wait, no! Jumps off the bridge. You're talking about somebody who is like forced to command with every word. Yeah. The Midas tongue. Yeah, totally. Everything you lick turns to gold. Oh, that's great. What if you lick a frozen lamppost and get stuck to it? Then you'd be cold and golden. You get a very expensive lamppost to pay your hospital bills. I mean, if you're part of the statue, do you have any hospital bills? Person runs off with a golden lamppost, dragging the guy along by his tongue. Yeah. Alright. Okie dokie. Well, very excited to see what you guys come up with. I will warn you that it's possible I may not post the prompt intro for it on Monday, depending on where I'm at with the Halloween reviews. If I'm like really like needing time to like reread those and work hard on those, I might expend all my energy on that and not on writing the prompt intro. I could potentially still put the forum up even if the prompt intro isn't up yet. Or I could just wait to do it until the week of November 9th. I mean, I guess I'll ask, like, what would you prefer? If I don't write the prompt intro, would you still like me to put the forum up? Or would you rather, if I'm not writing the prompt intro yet, wait until I do that to put the forum up? But yeah, just a warning. Usually I would just put the intro up when you have 2 weeks, but it all depends on the work I need to do on the Halloween stories. Just whatever, says Coolish. But in the meantime, if you were not read on stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the backup queue, and the writing group voice chat around 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays. So, yep, it is a great time and definitely worth joining. Yeah. Join us or else be silenced. Norman says you can technically wait until after the Halloween contest, so you're voting for that. Just an idea involving the Olympus stories. It feels so obvious now. Prometheus. What do you mean? Because like Prometheus steals fire from the gods and then gets like eaten by an eagle, by Zeus's eagle. Not really seeing the connection there. I also could maybe do kind of a half thing where like I put the prompt intro up after the deadline for the stories has ended, which by the way, I'm going to change that. I'll change it right now. I put the end as midnight. I'm gonna change it to noon on Wednesday. So 29. Oh, not 12 a.m. 12 p.m. Wow. Because I'm not really gonna be doing anything with the vote and stuff until after noon on Wednesday, and so it's like, well, I mean, if I'm not going to be doing anything until afternoon on Wednesday, then I might as well, or not. Yeah. Wait a second. Oh, I can't see it. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that is Wednesday. No, that's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, y'all. Okay. That makes more sense. I am going to make it noon on Tuesday. Alright. Okay. Yeah, cancel. Alright. Prometheus is the titan of fire and knowledge, and he gifts humans with fire. It's waiting them knowledge, but him daring to open his mouth and share that knowledge causes Zeus to punish him. Oh, I didn't realize that it's like he says that he's like, hey, I stole your fire, and then Zeus is like, excuse me? Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, his name means forethought, and then Epimetheus is afterthought, if I remember correctly. Oh no, he had an idea a while back, but don't remember. Tuesday. Did I say it that way? Did I say it the British way? Tuesday. Yeah, Prometheus literally stole Zeus's thunder. It's true. Alright, it has been a lovely time. Is there anybody you guys want me to raid? Yeah, it's been a lovely time. I hope you have enjoyed it despite the laggies. Oh no. I am streaming Twitch, is true. We got a little we've got some reading and writing streamers here that have very few viewers. You wanna join any of them? You wanna submit your own? What's the situation? No thoughts. Brain is mashed potatoes. That is fair. I don't use Twitch. I got no clue. Raid the writers. Gotcha. Okay, what?
Meow. Meow.
Alright. let's hope that they're writing cool stuff. It just says that they're writing. I have no idea what they're working on. All right. Deedle-doo. Deedle-doo. Okie dokie. I will see you all next time. And I don't know how to make a riff off of this prompt. I was gonna say where silence is golden, but I will be talking a lot. I guess I can only hope that my tongue is silver. I can only hope that you find me charismatic. Alright, I will see you all next time.